fast-acting viral strain that infects the host immediately, and upon getting sick, the infected will become racked with coughs, sweat profusely, and start to get the shivers and chills.
There he is, the legend. The man, the myth, the legend.
Yeah. You can't literally run a promotion just for the AEW, what do they call them, sickos?
Thank you very much, TikTok and AEW. See you tonight.
Tony Khan started telling people there's no such thing as long-term booking anymore. It's week to week.
The best guy is Tony Khan.
We have just secured the bag.
It's not like I tried to be a character. It was just sort of happened naturally. But it was never something I intended. It was just something that happened because the wrestlers asked me to do things in matches, and I do them.
If you run a promotion just for the sickos, you're going to do 400,000 viewers eventually.
Mother effing Meltzer.
You know that SmackDown actually went over and everything?
Yeah.
You know,
What's the point?
the point of SmackDown.
What are you getting at here?
That the DVRs didn't pick it up.
Did they not pick it up?
You know, mine didn't.
Let's get into everybody's favorite moment, and it is called Dave Meltzer's Dumb Moment of the Week.
What would you like to listen to in your ears?
I'd like to hear the flute.
Well, if you'd like to flaunt your flute, then we can find you a flautist.
We have just secured the bag.
It doesn't help me.
Okay, so complain, but
I will complain.
Let me have my misery.
And when I heard that, I was like, what?
Thank you, fuck you, bye, boom.
You gotta run a promotion for everybody. The sickos can be the ones that buy tickets first and spend the most money on the merchandise.
Because we have just secured the bag.
But like, you gotta promote for everybody. Then you'll have a lot of viewers.
I think we proved a lot of so-called experts. We made them look like idiots. We're not going anywhere. Tony Khan's not going anywhere.
You'll also be there on TNT. You'll be in 2 places at once. It'll be a lot like my favorite movie. Time Con. It's so great, Pittsburgh.
It's not like I tried to be a character. It sort of happened naturally.
the best guy is Tony Khan.
Keep themselves safe.
You know, some people say it's tough being a big show, but I gotta tell you, it has its advantages.
Playing with the neighborhood kids is always fun. And hailing a cab is no sweat. The thing I like best about being so big is I always have room for my favorite meal. Chef Boyardee, overstuffed Italian sausage ravioli. It's the only meal large enough to satisfy my oversized hunger.
It's back up, bitch. I'm a pop star. I'm a pop bad ones. If you wanna ride, hot Bugatti Veyron, I ain't gotta try. Pack it up and move on. Hunter on the rise, loading up a bow gun. You can see me in the streets with my rays on. I'd be like, dating ain't for me, but he's handsome. How do you see a couple guys at the same time? I've been trying to figure out the name of my star sign. I feel it in the beat like, wow. Do you wanna hang out? No. You can catch me at the basement. Shout like a Malo when I say so. So I'm a pop star. I'm a pop bad ones. If you wanna ride, a Bugatti Veyron, I ain't gotta try. Pack it up and move on. Hunter on the rise, loading up a bow gun. I don't play guitar. Music on my PC, hands above the bars. Good to be alive, 300 in the bag. Never trust no one. I'll be on the rise, fire like napalm. You can watch me go to space, but you can't come. I'd be like living for the gram and the income. How do you know a thing about what it feels like? I've been out you looking this good with my hands tied. I'll take you there. I'll get my bag. I'll take your man. Watch this time. OMG. Damn. I'm looking better in a lamb. You know my BBL is French. Talk to the hand. I'll rat you out and send your assets to Japan. I'm a pop star. I'm a pop that runs. If you wanna ride, hot Bugatti Veyron. I ain't gotta try. Pack it up and move on. Hunter on the rise. Loading up a bow gun. I don't play guitar. Music on my PC. Hands above the bars. Good to be alive. 300 in the bag. Never trust no one. I be on the rise. Fire like napalm.
Apparently, Maeda would go all over the world, and he would challenge people in circuses. That's where you fought. Dude, he was having MMA fights all over the world. He was famous. This is what Jean-Jacques told me. I think Kano was his master. Apparently, something like they didn't want him to take these fights in these circuses and stuff anymore. So he took a fight in Mexico, and he wore a mask so he wouldn't get busted. And he was the one who started the mask wearing in pro wrestling. Maeda started it.
Was it what they call it?
That's what Jean-Jacques told me.
Nacho Libre.
もっと暖かくなるエアコンに変えてください。細長だから快適ゾーン4倍。
What's your next desire?
すぐ暖かくなるエアコンがいい。細長だからファジー速暖。静かでパワフル。日立の Big Flow。暮らし刺激人。日立。
Wow, Kurt Angle. Keep the change. Thanks. Whoa, what's gotten into this pizza? Hey, come on. They square off. Tomato drop kicks. Pepper scoops him into an airplane spin. Big slap. Pizza outlet. The taste that screams fresh. Oh, man, that was beautiful.
And now to the man of the hour. Can someone get him a vodka with Metamucil? Blonde, great in-ring wrestler, great on the mic, a womanizer, 16-time champion, but enough about Kurt Hennig. Ric Flair has been paid millions and millions and millions of dollars by Vince McMahon, and he didn't have to fuck him.
Okay, right.
Really not my decision. It's his decision because it's his story. And I'm there to help elevate the story that he's telling.
But yeah, chat, I want to check in with you guys. I want to say hello. I want to say what's up, guys. You already know the drill. YouTube.com/@prowrestletimes or @prowrestleclips. Okay. If you are on X, come over to YouTube. I implore you. Unless you need to listen on X, then do that too. Hit like, hit share, hit subscribe, hit the bell, hit dislike, leave a comment, spit at your computer screen. Tell me you love me, baby. Whatever you got to do. Just let me know. And yeah, make sure you hit subscribe, guys. We're almost at like 7,000 subs on the main channel, and then we're at like almost 2,000 over on the Times channel. So just tell a friend, you know. And the funniest I get is messages from people who are like, Phil, I tried to tell somebody who's like kind of into wrestling about your show, but they're not really into wrestling, but you're still funny beyond. So if you like to hear me babble about stuff, I also have a YouTube channel called Phil Marks Out. You guys can check that out as well. But anyways, now I'll pass it over to Conrad Thompson. So guys, I hope you're into some wrestling, because we're going to dive deep tonight. We have indie wrestlers who are mad at this promotion that I don't even fully understand, but there were so many posts about it. I bookmarked them, and we are going to figure it out together. Ricochet trashed me. So if you're on X, come on over to YouTube and vote on the poll. Did Ricochet own Phil Marks? I'm like Don Callis. We need a lifeline. No. Or did Phil Marks own Ricochet? You guys can see. We'll talk about that in a bit. And really, he got mad at Alfred. I just took a stray. Well, I threw a shot, so I took one back. Let's just put it that. Defending my friend. Okay, we'll get into that in a bit. What else do we got going on, man? We have Dave Meltzer is winning. Like Charlie Sheen, man. Maybe more like Charlie Sheen, not so much in the way he thinks, but Dave Meltzer's winning. AEW's winning. Okay, they're taking W's. They're doing millions on Max. SmackDown, we're going to review that. And then we have like a boat shit. Oh, yeah, and then we have the whole Sabu, Joey Janela, GCW controversy. And if you guys have been following my Twitter, you already kind of know how I feel about that, but I am just going to offer like just the perspectives that I got to cover it. I cover everything here on the show. And so we're going to talk about that and RIP Sabu. Absolutely. If you guys haven't, make sure you check out Taz and Rob Van Dam do it. I think it was One of a Kind podcast where they just did like a memoriam. I don't know. What do you call that? A remembering Sabu stream. It was awesome. So I think we might have a couple clips from that. So make sure you guys check that out. And yeah, I think we got lots more. We got WWE news, SmackDown, Nia was bleeding. Lots of stuff's going on in the world of pro wrestling. So guys, consider becoming a member over on the YouTube channel if you support what I do. I don't read ads or anything like that, but yeah, so consider just like supporting me through my Patreon. I upload clips that get sniped. So like I reacted to Nikita Lyons being cringe for like 10 minutes straight. We have, and she was on TNA. We got more actually. Maybe that's an evergreen. I got to just add on to that video, but so like that gets sniped by WWE. I upload it on Patreon, and things like that. So make sure you check that out. There's a bunch of other content that's not on YouTube that's on there. And then, yeah, you can become a member for 99 cents, super chat in. And yeah, let's get into this goddamn thing, shall we?
I don't know.
So we have lots going on here. Jeff Cobb is a horrible new name. Not yet. Get your butt on Discord. Phil owned Ricochet. See, I don't call him Ricochet. I like, I still like him as a wrestler and stuff. We'll get into that. Well, you guys know I don't get butt hurt over like, oh, you blocked me or you said I fucking hated on me or whatever. I don't care, dude. He gives a shit. You don't know me, and I don't know fucking Ricochet. But I just, but what I said, I think garnered a response for a reason. I'll break down. But I was just defending my friend, so we'll get into that. Phil hoping that the Jets vs. Stars series goes 7 games. Yeah, you're goddamn right. Whoa, bro, leave Samantha out of this. No, see, here's the thing, right? Samantha's not catching. Like, I'm not dissing her at all. She was already a bit on the show. Her playing flutes. This has been in my bookmarks forever. So I just thought it would be funny to, like the fact she's a flute player has already been a bit before she blocked me or he got mad at Alfred or whatever. So no, it's not, trust me, I'm not a distasteful cunt. You guys will learn that. Ooh, there's a C early. So get your super chats in, become a member. I'm getting yellow flagged. Okay. So let's get into what do we have? I just want to really quickly check if we have so we do have some TNA stuff. Man, we have Sickos tonight, Dave Meltzer, everything's on deck, and we have miscellaneous news. This one, strap in. okay? Because there's a good chunk of stuff going on in miscellaneous news today. So I want to know that you're all ready for that. Are you ready for that, chat? Excellent. Okay. Round of applause for you all. Thank you for being here tonight. Let's get into some miscellaneous news. Good thing Canada's free healthcare. Burn ward. Burnt. Cooked them. Oh man, show you out 626. Yeah, strap in. Okay. Yeah, I said strap in, not strap on. George, calm down. Moose Knuckle, I don't know if you're here tonight. Okay. So let's head on over to miscellaneous news. And we got quite a bit in here.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm afraid I've got some bad news.
So multifaceted Mara Sade. Sorry, I don't know if it's Sade or Sade. You guys get what I'm saying? I don't know the inflection on the cadence there yet. I got to hear her say it, but she announced her name. And I think I'm saying it right. Mara Sade. Now, as a French Canadian, God damn it. Okay. This is called accent. Okay. An accent aigu makes an A sound and an accent grave makes an E sound. So this actually to me reads as Mara Sade. Right? I've gone over this with Mercedes Monet in the past. Okay. Maybe I don't know if anywhere else in the world the accent grave, okay, and there's accent circonflexe. Just fucking unsubscribe right now because I'm sure I just made you all sick with that French shit. But anyways, Mara Sade is how she wants you to pronounce this, but I'm just pointing out I think you got the accent backwards. I'm like 99% sure, at least in French for sure. But I don't know, maybe there's a language out there where they have that same accent and it makes an A sound. I don't fucking know. I just studied the shit like growing up my whole life. Anyways, Sonya Deville calls Invicta FC announcing gig full circle after WWE stint. So we covered it here on the show a while back. I just played a promo of her being like, hey, I'm going to be with Invicta, and TNA helped promote it as well, right? So Sonya is actually doing an announcing gig in Invicta, and this works for her. She's a real shooter, and so yeah, I like this, and she knows how to cook on the mic for sure, right? Like they made her a GM. Typically, they make people GMs when it's like, we don't, for whatever reason, they can't use them in the ring at the time, or they don't want to use them in the ring at the time, but it's somebody who they know can talk or can carry a show or whatever. So, or be like the, how do you call it? The Jason Bateman in the Arrested Development, like the centerpiece, of the show. Nick Aldis does a good job of that, right? He sort of ties everything together and keeps it grounded. So typically it's people who are good on the stick. I think she will do good and be relatable is what I'm getting at here, folks. Taking a long way of getting there. She's going to be relatable and good on the headset, on the cans, making the call for Invicta. And I should check out some Invicta, man. It's been a long time, So the other show we were talking about, La Parka, LA Park. Yeah. La Parka Dos and La Parka Trace. So we broke down the timeline just for a quick refresher because it was so goddamn confusing when we were figuring it out live on the air the first time along with Chad. But basically there's La Parka, and then he left, I think, AAA long years and years and years ago, and they kept the name. So he changed his name to LA Park. Yeah. And so LA Park has like 2 or 3 kids who are all like LA Park Jr., El Hijo del LA Park or whatever. Yeah. And then La Parka, there was a La Parka 2 who passed away. And then now there's this young guy, La Parka 3, that everyone's really high on right now. And to bring it back, here is LA Park. Yeah. Here is the OG La Parka. Okay. This is the original one, the chair swinging. This is him. I believe, right? If I have my chronology correct, you can correct me. Someone Wikipedia that shit as I spit it out, and I think I just freestyled it correctly. But either way, he's just like fighting fans, or like fans are chopping him in the crowd. I don't even know if this was a work or a shoot. At first I was like, oh, he's just working with fans, but then it comes across kind of shooty. Apparently him and his sons in MLW like went off for real with chairs on Hammerstone and Fatu or something like that. Or like they went off on Hammerstone, maybe not Fatu. I don't think anyone would go off on him, but yeah, these maybe it was Fatu actually, but there was like a work shoot anyways where him and his sons got fired from MLW because they just went off and were like shoot attacking Hammerstone and Jacob with chairs or whatever. Maybe we could watch that clip. I think we might have on the show actually. Anyways, I'm babbling a bunch. You guys tell me, work or shoot. No, like, see, that turns real. What happened? Like, how did this fan just think, okay, I think I understand what's going on. Like, so he chops the fan. So he like instigates it. I don't know. It would have been funny if the fan just sold it. It would have like went viral and the promotion probably would have loved it. Well, they probably would have been mad. I don't know, man. Mexico's crazy. Alberto was just throwing chairs at people and shit. Yeah, no, that's for real. He's no-selling it. He's like, please stop, dude. Damn, that's crazy, man. Shout out LA Park. Yeah, keeping kayfabe alive. One mark and one chair at a time. So here's the other side of Sabu from Conrad Thompson. Chat me up about Sabu and the legacy he left behind. And so Blue Meanie and Rhino and Al Snow and Conrad Thompson, I'm here for it. They discuss the other side of Sabu.
I learned a lot traveling with him in ECW. And one of the things that a lot of people don't talk about, he went, and I had a job at the gym, so it wasn't like I was didn't have any revenue coming in. Not a lot, but, and then my ex-wife, she worked too, but she didn't have a green card, so she just worked under the table because she was from Germany, so at a little restaurant. So we were managing, paying rent and everything, but he would always pay for my food, always pay for the rental car, the hotels and all that. We all shared a room, and then I always offered to give him money, and he said, I'm making more than you. He goes, I go, well, at least let me pack my food, and I never took advantage of it. He goes, no. He goes, but when I want to leave, we leave, and all that stuff. So we were on the schedule, which was the schedule I would have been on, but no, he did that a lot. And if some people were driving home and they were just going to sleep in the car, he'd give them money for a hotel room. So, which I learned, and I try to help out people along the way too. So,
and I think that needs to be, Conrad, I think that needs to be noted that Sabu went out of his way to help a lot of people. He really did. Saw him personally take money out of his own pocket to pay guys that didn't get paid on shows or cover their gas or
he actually did that for me.
Yeah, and he did that a lot more.
And yeah, go and check out these streams, and check out the GoFundMe link. I might have it bookmarked. I know I retweeted it, but just make sure you guys go. We're going to talk about that in the sicko section too. There's a lot of people who are like, we'll talk about it in a bit. Okay. I've given my opinion on this before, but yeah, anyways, continuing along. And I just want to give Sabu his due. Like, what am I going to crack jokes? Like maybe, but they're just telling sweet stories about him. I was a huge fucking fan, And again, yeah, let's continue along with this.
More than anybody realizes, Sabu had his demons, and but he was a good person. He was a good guy.
Meaning, I feel like when you were saying earlier, you learned a lot from Sabu, not just in the ring, but as a man. That's some of the stuff you were probably thinking about, right?
Yeah.
Sounds like a robot from the future.
You guys just brought up a memory. I was working on an independent show in Delaware, and the guy had a pre-show meeting about how the house was down, and we're going to get pay off the DVD sales of the show. And I'm just like, yeah, I've heard this before. So I was, everybody looked at me. I was like, well, let's work the show. And I think I was one of the few guys that actually got paid. And I wrote in with my opponent, and after the show, we went to get something to eat, and I made in true Sabu. What I learned from Sabu is I reached into my pay and paid my opponent out of my pay to make sure he had something. And I bought him dinner at the Oregon Diner afterwards and stuff like that. Just some things that are the right things to do. Coming up in the business.
It's good shit, pal. So we will get to that in a second. So people were trying to roast Samantha Irvin for her fluting, for her flouting. We will take no. I quote tweeted this. I was like, we will take no flute shaming here at PWT. Okay. Because if you'd like some flute, we'll find you a flautist. Shout out Cornette. So former WWE SmackDown Women's Champion Carmella. So this is in miscellaneous because Carmella's not in WWE, and neither am I, pal. Or am I? It was me, Austin. It was me. So former SmackDown Women's Champion Carmella shared her personal professional experiences working with Vince McMahon in a recent Sports Illustrated Wrestling interview with Zach Haydorn. And it's funny, like SI Wrestling not talking to Carmella. Well, maybe I'm wrong. Someone pull my card and fact check me, but I don't recall you guys clamoring to talk to Carmella before she was released. No. But she did say that she departed in early 2025. She stated that despite the wider controversy surrounding McMahon, she says, my personal experience with Vince was nothing but positive. She described him as always so open to her ideas and suggestions and said he would always make time for the talent. Carmella recalled pitching her alliance with James Ellsworth as a crazy idea that McMahon embraced, and she believes he respected her proactive approach to creative collaboration. So, should I hit an X-Files? I'm not trying to be conspiratorial, and this doesn't even matter. It doesn't even matter if this is the case. Because I'll make this criticism and people will be like, well, Tony Khan will do the same thing. I know. Okay. That goes without saying. This is just how like business, the world works. It's not about who you know. It's about who will say they know you. You know what I mean? And here's the thing. What I mean by that is notice the people who were on like the bigger Vince McMahon money and the people who had good relationships with him as well, but they're kind of like, you guys can go. That's all I'm saying, right? And Triple H is bringing back in like Malachi Black. That's his guy. Aleister Black, that was his guy in NXT. So there is a lot of that as well, to where they look at a Sonya Deville, who Vince loved, a Braun Strowman, who is on that Vince check, right? A Carmella, who listened to how she describes, like, she's like, no, it was great. He listened. So this is a Vince gal. More than likely, right? And Triple H is kind of like, oh, shift away from that a bit. That's all. I'm just pointing that out. Maybe that's a little too psychoanalytical, but I think we're seeing some pattern here. And shout her out. I'm not saying I think she's like having another kid. No, so just be a mom. I mean, you're good. Graves is in WWE, unless she wants to go like get a big Tony Khan payday, go do it, maybe a one-off. But I don't think people. Do you guys think the sickos would eat up Carmella? She's very sports entertainment-y. I think they'd fucking be like, oh my God, Carmella's here. But I just don't know how much juice you'd get out of that squeeze, So, but I always loved Carmella. I loved her with Truth. I always thought that was funny. Her and Ellsworth was, of course, really funny. And again, I guess she didn't have to get on a plane for him to hear her out. You know what I mean? So here's AEW's Mina Shirakawa and WWE's Kairi Sane. And I put this in miscellaneous because they're training BJJ with Matt Riddle. So let's take a look. So there's Mina. I think AZM was in there too, no? And then Kairi Sane was in there. And yeah, they're training with Matt Riddle. Yeah, they're doing like a promo shoot for something. Daniel Gracie, Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu. Yeah, that's sick, man. And Riddle's legit, you know. He's a good wrestler too. Had solid punching power. Was pretty decent. I don't think I swear to God, I think he took like 2 losses his whole career. Like he had a couple that were overturned because he was just smoking weed all the time, you know, and weed used to be illegal in MMA. But either way, Mina and Kairi Sane linking up, that's really cool. And good to see just wrestlers, literally a forbidden door brought to you by Daniel Gracie Jiu-Jitsu, which is amazing. So fans of the THQ wrestling titles beyond Nitro includes a 10,000 plus word chapter all about the development of WCW NWO Revenge. So I'm a mark for shit like this. This is one of the greatest wrestling games ever made, right? And so what is being said here? Work on various wrestler entrances would continue until the last minute, although due to space and time constraints, the inclusion of realistic theme music was ultimately deemed impossible. With the stated goal of presenting the most up-to-date roster ever, included in a wrestling video game, the development team continued to toil until Monday, August 17, the last day of programming. Damn. That night, Stevie Ray, formerly half of Harlem Heat with his brother Booker T, joined the NWO on Nitro, causing a late change to the code. He actually changed over to the NWO on our last day of programming, right when they sent it out, man. Jesus. Video games used to be way cooler. Think about it. I read some posts. I was like, man, nobody talks about how like broken and impossible some of these N64 games were. Like zero explanation on how to do shit. And we figured it out somehow, man. And now people have like, you can get video games where you can put it on like a cinematic mode or whatever, where you just have to press one button and you can literally have full control over the game and shit. Back then, dude, we were punching in codes. You didn't know where to roll that ball of poo in Conker's Bad Fur Day. You had to go on cheatcc.com to figure that shit out, or whatever it was called, right? Cheat Central or Cheat City, whatever. But anyways, Keel later recalled, but we couldn't put him in the NWO or anything in the game. We just made it that his second costume was his NWO costume. We tried the best we could. Revenge for growing for a fan. Evidently, the wait had quickly. Okay, well, basic from redacted. Oh, I didn't know Brendan Schaub worked with THQ. No, I'm just joking, guys. Okay, so moving along here. Nikki Bella has to pay Artem Chigvinitsev $200,000. Or no, what is that saying? Am I read? Okay, let me read up here because this graphic, I can't tell if that's a period or an apostrophe. Yep, that is 200,000. Jesus Christ. So TMZ reports details of Nikki Bella and Artem whatever's finalized divorce settlement. According to the documents, Nikki Bella has to pay Artem $3,500 per month in child support for their son, Mateo. Speaking of Mateo, made a debut in SmackDown. Their son, Mateo, and a total of $200,000 in lump sum payments. Bella will also cover Mateo's speech therapist costs, with extracurricular activities being split. She retains her business, but if it's split, he just pays for it with the money she gives him. Oh my God. She retains her business trusts, including Stephanie Nicole Garcia Entertainment and Bonita Bonita. The couple will alternate major holidays. This is so fucking weird that this is all in the public. How cringe is that? You know? That this is all just like we just read what they're doing over their holidays with their kids and shit. And our noses are in their business like that. It's fucking weird. I'm going to stop reading this, but let me just let me put it this way. You know, originally the story was like he beat the shit out of her. And then apparently the investigation and the court and everything was like, no, that didn't happen. Like she instigated it or something. I wasn't there. I don't know. I'm not going to judge people's personal lives. Shit went down between them. I don't know. I'm not dating either of them, so I'm not going to speculate on that. But clearly, whatever went down, like she's paying up. So she obviously made more money than him, I guess, before they divorced. And Yeah, I don't fucking know. We're going to move along because that's just such nosy Nelly stuff. So Hulk Hogan is eyeing Hooters IP for real American brand revival. So we got our Hooters here, Jack. So is there a real Canadian beer coming out too, dude? That's 3% higher than that pussy American beer, brother. Yeah. So Hooters, man, he's going to buy up Hooters, him and Eric Bischoff more than likely. So let's see how it pans out, and they can push the beer and sell it there. Is it good? I really need to get my hands on it. I need to look online and see if I can't get it ordered or sent to me or something. So NWA and Women of Wrestling head to streaming with Roku Fast Channel exclusive. NWA and WOW are going to Roku Fast, which is like an extension, I believe, if I'm not mistaken, where it's like action packed. You know what I mean? It's like live. They'll have a live 24/7. They had Lucha Underground on one of those, like a Lucha Underground channel or whatever. So shout out Roku. They've been getting into the wrestling business for a while now, longer than any of the other streamers. You know, they've been taking a chance on it. So definitely keep your eye on that. Something maybe to watch if you guys are falling off. Because listen, I know a lot of people are like, fuck AEW. And there's so many people I see online now who are like, I just haven't watched. Like, I'll maybe watch a pay-per-view, you know. And it's like, if you're looking for other wrestling, I mean, it's out there. And now it's on Roku, which anyone really can go on Amazon, $30, $20. You get a little Roku thing. You know, it's a USB plug-in. Boom. You'll have it right there. So Triple H's thought says, when you try to live up to your dad's gimmick because nobody told you it wasn't real. So former WWE star Ted DiBiase Jr. is facing 45 years in prison for alleged multi-million-dollar fraud scheme. I don't mean to chuckle, but his dad was the $1 million man. Now he's in a multi-million-dollar fraud scheme. I don't live in the gimmick. Right? This is the antithesis of his dad's gimmick. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. So that's tough, dude. 45 years, too. That's no fucking joke. So, yeah, the National Wrestling Alliance is joining the world of free streaming with Wrestling Central, a new 24/7 fast channel from Paramount Global. Content distribute. Okay, so it's from Paramount, but yeah, it's like it'll be an extension of Roku, launching soon on the Roku channel in the US and Canada. Oh, nice. So it'll be in Canada too. Hulk Hogan undergoes neck fusion surgery, brother. So another surgery, man. That is so many in his life. Here's a triple threat match for the soft ground wrestling title at Carnage. Jordan Loverin pins Hamas Diamond. Spoiler. So we're going to look at these highlights here. Okay. It's been a minute since we've looked at soft ground. I don't know, man. Like, look at how many fucking people are here. And they're not just using the ring every time. They listen to the fans. I don't know, dude. Soft ground, the third or second, number 2 in the wrestling industry right now. I don't know. That's just there's people on the hard cam side and everything. Now, I'm going to be real. I don't want to see these guys in like Will Ospreay's Kenny Omega style gear in their matches, right? But the next investment should be getting people in this Fed, because people gave them a ring. They even know how to set up the mud pit better. Like, look at how the posts are cornered off, and it just looks way better. Look at the crowd. It's growing bigger, seemingly. I don't know, man. Did they force all those people to be there? I don't think it works like that. So all I'm saying is this, dude. They need individuality a little bit, some of these wrestlers, you know? And I'm not saying go too crazy with it. as far as like shiny and sparkly and sequins and fucking pinks and all that stuff, but just individuality with the attire a little bit. So, and then I think they're all wearing black shorts, right? And so once we get there, now we're talking. Now we're talking free Roku fast streaming deals. Okay. Look at this shit. And you know, bumping on that mud is not fun. So shout those guys out, man. Crushing the game right now. Okay. So James Storm, the Cowboy, and Giga Chad Chris Van Vliet joined Disney alum Jason Earls in a new comedy short, Worst Man, called The Worst Man. Okay. So keep an eye on that. And they're calling James Storm TNA Wrestling's wrestling legend. Right. And he went to NXT for like 2 matches. God damn, I always wanted to see him on the main roster. I don't think that'll ever happen. But yeah, TNA Wrestling legend. It's cool that, well, I mean, it's Wrestling News Co., but let's start promoting him that way more. I saw another thing, though, where they were like TNA Wrestling legend or whatever. So more of that. Maybe it's because they're affiliated with WWE. People are willing to do that. I don't know. But either way, moving along now. So we have 2 like big stories to get into that I'm just sort of, we're going to circle back to in a moment. JBL and Hornswoggle recreate their WrestleMania 24 trash can spot. Craziness. Shout those dudes out. So Gail Kim has confirmed literally last second, like 8 hours ago or 10 hours ago or whatever. She said that she can no longer appear at tonight's NWA Crockett Cup event. She says, I'm sorry, I have to announce that I can't make it to the Crockett Cup in Philly. I hate to let the fans down, and most of all, Natty and Kenzie. But post-cruise last Sunday, I went down hard and have been suffering severe flu, COVID symptoms. I did not want to announce in hopes to make a full recovery by today, but I'm still experiencing a high fever and have had to cancel this morning. Yeah, you know, Gail is not, like, she's canceling because she's sick, you know, if anybody tries to jump down her throat for this. But she says, yeah, wishing the best of luck to everyone. So we don't get the moment. Like, here's the thing. Natty appearing in NWA is few and far between, right? So hopefully we can still get a Gail Kim Natty moment, because that's what I was hoping that was all building to, but she had to pull out last second. Speaking of fucking pull out, here's Ninja Mac. What's his name? Ninja Mac, is that the right guy? Am I getting it right? I don't know. Here's the guy who does all the flips. He did it again. Oops, he did it again. He's wearing AEW colors. He's all elite. This is the GOAT right here, dude. Will Ospreay who? This is why that spot works too, because he doesn't look like a guy who could do that. You know what I mean? The shape of his body isn't, and like how tall he is and shit. You don't think he can just clear the top rope like that. Fucking incredible. I actually love that spot. But because it's just like a viral clip on the internet, right? If I had to watch that every week, I'd go, okay. Well, you have to watch it every week here on PWT. So here's a little clip from GCW, a little botchamania. Okay.
Huge ladder on the floor. They took a chance and did not pay off. That's why you call it a high-risk maneuver.
Dude, he tries to jump from a ladder on the outside to the inside and just wipes out. The ladder on the outside to the inside of the ring is never a good idea, unless someone's out there holding it for you.
Huge ladder on the floor. They took a chance. It did not pay off. That's why you call it a high-risk maneuver. Looked like he was maybe going for a big elbow drop, perhaps, on Cologne.
Ended up.
You should do the tip in. If you're going to go from the outside on a big ladder to the inside, it should be like you should get tipped in. You know, I think that's just safer. Anyways, whatever. I'm not going to tell this guy to do his job. God damn it. But here's a guy named Shio Hong who he says, my name is Shio, Korean pro wrestler. I'm also a promoter that made my PWS Korea sell out 3,000 tickets with $60 to $80 USD. We used to have only 10 to 100 crowds a year ago. Now we sell out 700 to 3,000 crowds every month. This is one of my story. Please share this story. And I responded to him. I was like, I'm going to share it tonight on the show, dude. And I'm going to DM this guy when I'm done on the show. This is fucking incredible. So he's grinding. They don't, guys, go and follow at PWS Korea. They don't even have 1,500 followers on X. And, you know, he just sold out a 3,000 ticket venue, selling the tickets $60 to $80 USD. He used to get 10 people show up to 100 people show up just a year ago. Okay. And and Tajiri is with him, and he became the tag team partner of Tajiri. Here's his story.
How I have become a tag team partner of legend Tajiri.
Oh, he was in Canada, buddy.
Disco, good. Disco.
3月に入って突如として動き出した怪しげなチーム。そこで活躍するコリアン
Baddie alert
アイドルシホ。今このセミファイナルタッグシホ。あなたの真の神の称号を得ました。
We fought super fair. Tajiri's misting people. He's funny too. Oh, and then she missed a guy. Damn, and he hits like he hits the Athena like spinning cutter off the top or middle rope there. That was sick.
Guys.
Hell yeah, man. Shout out Shio. And more of that. Okay, let me see. I think we have the two like big stories here. So I'm going to check in with chat before all that. But first, ladies and gentlemen, we have I was going to world premiere Becca. Here, let me check in with chat, then I'll world premiere Becca, okay? Eve Sanity became a new member. Thank you so much. Guys, if you're on X, come on over to YouTube. Thank you all, like roughly 300 of you watching. It's Saturday night. You could be doing anything. You're here with me. I love it. You can become a member on YouTube for 99 cents if you support what I do. I don't sell new chews or anything like that, blue chews. But yeah, you can join my Patreon or super chat in or something like that. Appreciate you so much. I'm live Mondays, Wednesdays, Saturdays. You guys know the drill. That's why you're tuned in. Miss October 30 for 10 says she back from the dead tonight. Hey, PWT fam. Life has been crazy. Miss you guys. Thanks, Phil, for checking in. Absolutely. And thank you for being here. Round of applause. And good to see you. Have you been gone that long? I thought I saw you in chat not too long ago. So, and yeah, thank you for sending me Facebook news. And I appreciate everyone who sends me Facebook news or sounds for the show. That's always great. I appreciate that. And thank you all for being here. I'm going to check in with chat. Lincoln Hawk put the Discord link here, so get in there. If you're not, Becca Rules. Yeah, we're going to world debut. We're going to world premiere her new diss track, Jew Chews. Yeah, new chews. But then people are like, what do you mean? Right? What up from California? What's up, dude? What's up, Shaka, bro? Zane, did I say something wrong? Okay, you guys are beefing in chat or what? The Japanese announcers seem like they're having fun. They are, dude. Haven't you seen that heavy flow Hulk Hogan commercial that I play at the beginning of the show? Hey, Train. Hey, Oct. Okay, everybody saying hello to each other. Tajiri's the man. He absolutely is. Okay, let's get into this next segment I have. It's still miscellaneous news. Let's world premiere. This is actually the world premiere of Becca's debut, or sorry, Becca's diss track, rather, called Mid Demon. That's what it is, where she's dissing Janai Kai. Okay, if you guys are unfamiliar with her, she's like a Muay Thai fighter. She looks like an anime villain, and she's in MLW. I think she's their, she is, yes, their world champion. But they're women's world champion. Not that I need to make a distinction, gaw. But here's Becca just dissing her.
Hey, it's Becca, bitch.
I'm not doing shit.
Face card, $1 million. Chase you down, cops and robbers. You've been dodging me, I think that's really odd. You're a demon, bitch, I'm a god.
One punch and I knock you out. One punch and you're on the ground. Knock the guard right out of your mouth. Give him something to talk about. One kick and you're on the ground. One kick and I knock you out. Try to keep up, kid. I'm the queen of this shit, and you're just mid. Your outfit, really mid. You're an NPC, I'm that main bitch. I'll take you shopping, get those toenails did, cause you're flopping. I'll fix your style, fix your hair, fix your stinky feet. You'll look a little bit better when you're getting your ass beat. I'm so Mother Teresa, I keep it vague like my name is Lisa. The scariest thing about you.
Becca Cook's top rapper ever. Maybe John Cena has her beat because he's the only musician to ever, just in general, drop an album, go platinum, and then just retire from music entirely and never release another album.
Is those nasty feet getting near this beautiful face? Honey, you can kick me all you want. I'm gonna get right back up and I'm gonna beat the shit out of you. Exactly.
One punch and I knock you out. One punch and you're on the ground.
Can I tell you why Becca Cook? She has excellent beat selection. For real.
Knock the guard right out of your mouth. Give him something to talk about. One kick and you're on the ground. One kick and I knock you out.
And whoever she gets to produce her shit is like, I don't know. They know what they're doing. You know, they're trying to go for like that SoundCloud kind of vibe. And they know it, the production on it is good. You know, and I know some of you might be like, oh, but it sounds shitty the way they tweak the whatever. Yeah, but that's the point, you know? If you're not into like modern hip hop and shit too, I know some people, they're like, I don't get it. But I don't know. This isn't my favorite of her songs, but it's a diss track. So it's supposed to cut to the point. She was making fun of Janae Kai's stinky feet. Okay, she does wrestle barefoot. So those are probably a couple of stinkers. That's all I'm saying.
Try to keep up, kid. I'm the king of this shit, and you're just mid. I'm the king of this shit, and you're just mid. I'm the queen of this shit. And you're just mid. Yeah, wax on, wax off type shit. I'm about to teach you a lesson.
Wax on, wax off, man. Called her out. Ladies and gentlemen, round of applause for the world debut. Okay. Scully Vibe says, I'm about to send her beats. Do it, man. If you're cooking beats, man, cook one for PWT. I'll make a funny video over it. Merge for 5 says, you know what Seltzy Meltzy is, Phil? A goddamn liar! Yeah, he is. Where is my liar? I will give you a liar. There you go. And thank you so much. He is a goddamn liar, and we're going to get into that in a bit. Well, no, actually, he's not a liar. You know what he is? He's winning in 2020.
Liar! Tell us what you know, you goddamn liar!
We need a Charlie Sheen winning. 626 for 2 says Becca uses Awful's mic in the studio. Yeah, that's how she gets that effect. Oh, man. And shout out Awful Wrestling. He launched a thing called Awful Jeopardy. I think he did a first episode or whatever recently. Go and check that out, guys. That's a fucking great concept. And I hope he does it every week. PWT Trap Beat, I def got you. Yeah, do it, man. And mix in. There's so many sounds and fun. If you want me to send clips or anything on the soundboard, or you can just rip something off YouTube of me yelling if you want to mix it in there too or something. But yeah, definitely do that shit. Scully vibes too, bro. We miss you here, man. It's good to see you here more and more in chat and fucking everybody, man. Miss October 30. Well, Lincoln's always here, but all you motherfuckers. Round of applause for the PWT universe. We got 2 big stories to get into, so stay locked in, okay? So, let me just see. I just want to make sure. Flutes are playing. Phil is slaying. So, okay. What happened was there's this guy named JB. JB! Oh, no. I don't know who they're referring to. ACW, I believe they put on a show where I can't remember. I think Nick Nemeth wrestled Big Ben Bishop, and I don't want to even say that. I shouldn't even say it because I don't remember. I think that was the Fed we promoted on the show. But they had a match. They weren't complaining, Not to me. Big Ben Bishop, of course, was on PWT. Hilarious gentleman. But these wrestlers have come out and they're like, don't work for ACW or JB. And a bunch of wrestlers, like indie wrestlers, came out and were just sharing stories of like, yo, this guy's been fucking people. So I didn't want to put it in sickos because I felt like it deserved more shine than that. Like some of these wrestlers have been on TV and shit. It's not like they're being sickos. It's more of like an expose. We're going Maven Huffman style. Okay. But Danny Limelight. So if you guys remember him, he was in AEW. I'm sure some of you are like, what? But yes, he was in the early days. He said, don't work for ACW or JB. I told all the girls I would have their back no matter what, even if I lost my spot time and time again. I was the only one taking a stand and speaking up. I'm glad everyone is finally standing up for themselves. Here's my experience. So he was like, to all the workers that have been wanting to work for this company, straight up, don't work for them. Yeah, so ACW is putting on big matches. I think it's okay. I'm pretty sure Big Ben Bishop wrestled Nick Nemeth. So Ben Bishop didn't get fucked. Nick Nemeth definitely didn't get fucked. We'd have heard about it, But they've been putting on like bigger shows with like some names, And so these wrestlers are all speaking out about it like right as they're starting to kind of get liftoff. But anyways, he says, anyone wanting to work for this company, straight up, don't work for them. I'm still owed money from April 17 as well, but watch JB pay the strippers he had on the show. The strippers? Oh my God.
You what?
JB? No, not Jeremy Borash, for Christ's sakes. Not him. But he told the boys we had to wait 30 days to be paid as they are a TV company and not an indie. Liar. We already played it, but they tried to do this contract stuff and lock us in for dates. Wow. So just getting too big for their britches. Only to cancel dates on us last minute. When I told them I was done working for them and just wanted the money I was owed while also wishing them the best, my messages were deleted in the group chat, and then I was kicked out of the group chat. I kept following up for my money and kept being left on red or told I was contacting them off business hours. When they finally got back to me about my money, I was told I had to mail an already paid for envelope to them so they can mail my check to me in the envelope I paid for. What the fuck? ACW brags about not being an indie company, but the way they you got PayPal, bro. The way they conduct business is worse than almost any other indie I've worked for in recent memory. They're not a WWE ID school. They're booking ID guys and trying to portray something they're not. So they thought they were going to get that little WWE rub, huh? JB, who is the man behind the scenes, plasters Mark Henry's face all over the flyers, but he's the one really pulling the strings. He's not a good person. He threatens to cancel hotel rooms, flights, etc. while you're overseas in a foreign country so that he has power over you. And there you go, man. Like, damn, that's crazy. You're out like in Japan or something, and then it's like, yeah, no, we'll cancel this flight on you if you don't, whatever. And then it's like, holy shit, how do I get home? That'd be fucked. But also, it's like he's putting Mark Henry's face on shit. And I want to bring this back to like the Booker T, Chase and Rance thing. Okay. Sometimes there are people who are like gatekeepers, and that's the thing, right? This tyrant behind the scenes, he's using Mark Henry's face on his shit. Thankfully, Danny Limelight's like, well, Mark Henry's not anything to do with it. But that's the thing. Same thing with Chase and Rance, Booker T. Like, he pays Booker T a good chunk of change, man. He does, this Jason dude. And then Booker T goes there and does a seminar once a year. And then they take a picture together. Like, goddamn, man, you can't put what that dude's like what he does in his private life on book. Like, how do you even know he fully knows about that shit? And there's some people who are like, well, he does. And it's like, Reality of Wrestling was made aware of it and shit. And it's like, that's fine. But ultimately, we can't, again, like, here's some asshole using Mark Henry's face. Do we blame Mark Henry? No. And I'm glad he's not catching heat, you know? And I just want to use this as an example. Like, we don't know what this JB guy is paying. Clearly, he's got money if he's like, we're going to do this thing and we're TV and you know what I mean? We're booking these big names and then we got Mark Henry's face. How do they do that? Is this Mark Henry's buddy or is he just paying him to use his face? We don't know the extent of that, so no heat on Mark Henry for this, guys. Anyways, he's not a good person. He threatens to cancel hotel rooms, etc. We read that. He treats the women so bad, borderline creep, and when they speak up for themselves, they're fired. In fact, anyone who speaks up is fired. The company then dangles the Caribbean vacation carrot over other wrestlers to come play. Don't work for this company, period. I probably won't get my money after this post, but I'm going to stand with my brothers and sisters who had to deal with this treatment. Yeah, it's just better to fucking say this and just scrap it and wipe your hands and go fuck it. You know, it's like, you know, just keep moving. Like, I don't even want to do business with you fuckers, you know? But if it's on paper, I mean, you probably sue them or something, but sometimes it's better to just wash your hands, move on. We have more posts, though, from wrestlers who were all like, so Maserati 3, she's like, I always said I would never air shit out on social media in this business, but JB Cool has gone too far. I don't care when he retaliates back, and I'm proud of everyone backing each other while going through more in comment section about my time at ACW. So she goes, I don't know where to start with this. I said I was never going to air shit out on social media. This one was big. I'm disappointed. I put my trust in this person. I was always warned not to work with this guy for years. Holy fuck. See, man, the money just makes people like be quiet and just, oh, well, I'll try it out. Well, he won't grab my ass or whatever. I don't know where this is going, but like, well, he'll pay me or whatever, you know? It's like, nah, dude. I admit he had done a lot to level me up in the business, but behind my back, he was low-key holding me back and trashing me. I've seen him mistreat multiple talent, people of the Caribbeans that would help with our shows and myself for too long. One of the times I confronted him on things I didn't like, so in a way to sweep it under. And I hope you guys find this compelling. Like, no other pro wrestling show is even going to talk about this. It's important. Motherfucker, I support wrestling more than any of these goddamn sickos who call me a fucking E-drone. And it's Federales. Get it right, okay? Oh, and promoted me to be head of women's talent, but that was also for me to book girls because he had a bad name and they would trust me more. So this guy put this lady here like, you got to book the women's talent because I'm a creep, right? Allegedly. I'm not saying this. This is what they're saying, okay? He would call us women, bitches, and hoes. Damn. To our faces and behind our backs. I did nothing but be loyal to him and the company I believed in. I had opportunities for major companies, and instead of taking them, I chose to commit to ACW. Saying he's going to book someone to bury them. He's offered to pay for my gear for the launch of ACW. So she's saying, you know, well, my gear maker made it. He sent half the payment. So this guy's like, yeah, I'll pay for it. And then he sent half the payment to the gear maker. Right. So people are putting their trust in him and he's fucking them over. He would throw in my face saying, if this was WWE or TNA, you would do it. Yeah, you would do it if it was Vince on his plane and he gave you a kidnapper. I said I would do something different instead. So he wanted the gear back, even though she paid for it. Gear maker asked for rest of the pay. Now it's on her and she looks like an asshole. He favored me and her for 3 days. I asked what's up. He said he wasn't going to pay the other half since I didn't listen to him on the Mohawk. To get a Mohawk. He said F her and F her bills that she had to pay. I have them all screenshotted. He finally paid her and told her not to tell me he paid her. So I would stress, man, this is some fucking like, I don't know. I know nothing about this guy, but this just seems like fatherless behavior, right? No, but just like, why are you so angry at women, bro? What the fuck's your problem? Like, why are you so... He is very vengeful and spiteful, man. He will act cool with you, but when you least expect it, bam, throw the curveball. It's just people get power hungry when you're like, hey, I booked a TNA guy on my show. Look, now I have all the power. So this woman here, Maserati 3, you can read her story again. I'm not going to read absolutely everything she wrote. It's like pages and pages, but yeah, you know, like that's her story. That's another person. Outlandish Zicky Dice. So he's a former NWA champion, national champion or whatever. He was, or I think TV champion. He was in TNA. He's been in AEW. He's currently one of the main faces of the Power Slap pro wrestler indie Power Slap that Dana White put together. So he's going to be on that reality show. He's Seth Rollins' friend. I've told the story about Zicky. He's a good dude. And so he wrote his story. To whom it may concern, for months I gave ACW everything I had, booked 6 months out, paid for my own flights and hotels, worked at a discounted rate, and showed up ready to elevate their product, because when I commit, I go all in. That's the Zicky Dice way. But behind the curtain, bookings pulled last minute with no explanation, kicked from the group chat after saying nothing, left unpaid for 5/7 while the promoter flexes about a 30-day payment award. Meanwhile, messages go ignored and calls unanswered. I've seen the way talent is talked down to. I've seen how quick people get cut if they don't play along. And I've seen how my name only gets mentioned when it's time to pitch TV, not when it's time to show real investment in what I bring. I'm proud of what I did there, but I'm done sacrificing for people who only value you when it benefits them. This chapter is closed. The next one, bigger shows, brighter lights, real respect, and a platform worthy of what I bring to the table. They didn't build me, and they damn sure won't break me. Shout out fucking Zicky Dice cooking. I think we have maybe more. So here, this guy, JB Cool. So this is the gentleman right here. He responds and he says, I say this, ungrateful people complain about the one thing you haven't done for them instead of being thankful for the thousands of things you have done for them. Don't invest your time into people who think it's your obligation to cure their problems. Keep your records and receipts. IJS. I don't know, man. I just don't think this many wrestlers would be like, fuck this guy, you know? And so Maya World says, if you haven't seen all the posts, she's an indie wrestler as well, Maya World. She says, if you haven't seen all the posts, there are much more coming. We are not... Let me see. Everyone go follow Maya World. It's Maya World as well. We are not lying. Everybody cannot be lying about the same behaviors. Yeah, that's just it, dude. He's just going to like bluff it out the whole time. And... none, like even what that last girl was saying, none of it was like her problem. She was like, dude, he wanted me to shave my head to a mohawk. He put me in this position because other women were scared to come work here or whatever. And I could gatekeep that and manage that. I could be the, what's the word I'm looking for? The mediator on that. Right. And she was like the gear, like she went and got this gear made because he wanted her to have a new look. He said he'd pay for it. He paid for half of it. Like, yeah, that's a problem that you created that she's coming to you for. So I don't fucking know, man. This dude just seems like a dickhead. And that was the first big story. We made it. Round of applause. That was the first big story in miscellaneous. We're still going miscellaneous. This might be the longest miscellaneous. Setting records here at PWT. Oh, IJS, I'm just saying thank you. Thank you for that. Thanks to you saying it now, I have a song stuck in my head. Welcome to my world, my world. I have to go, unfortunately. I have finals in the morning. Take it easy, and good luck on that. Maya World has done some good stuff in ROW. Yes, she has. Follows PWT as well. So shout out Maya's World. George captures 67 likes. So are we trying to get to 100 likes on the Clips channel? There's over 300 people watching. Come to youtube.com/@ProWrestleClips and hit the like button, or else Chris Jericho is going to do a run-in. He's one of my best friends. He's he'll jump right in, right? Boots on the ground. He's right at his house. He'll FaceTime in right now. That's the Zicky Dice way. Exactly. It's important you are covering this. Thank you. Like, no one's going to talk about this shit because they don't care. They don't really fucking care about wrestlers. I do, like, a lot, man. Right? Anyways, what the fuck? Damn, I'm surprised nobody smacked the asshole. Okay. And we have, oh my goodness, Mike Glass gifted 10 Pro Wrestle Clips. Let's acknowledge Mike Glass.
Acknowledge me.
For gifting, guys. You can become a member for 99 cents, or you can gift a membership. Okay? And give it to a hater. Actually, you don't get to pick, but either way. So that makes it even funnier if a hater gets one, because you know they don't want it. Mike Glass, chat. Round of applause for Mike Glass. And we're going to get into the next big story. It's the GCW, Sabu, RIP, Joey Janela, Kratom thing that happened, and sort of Dutch Mantell and James Romero and their reaction and everyone's reactions to that. So I'm kind of Okay. So, chat. What happened was, Sabu had passed away. We covered it on the show. We talked a little bit about this before, okay? He had his final match in GCW with Joey Janela. We played the highlights of it where he's flying face first into fucking barbed wire. He's doing these hardcore spots. He's going nuts. It's Sabu. It's his last ever match. Of course he's going to. Joey Janela's like the hardcore guy who does crazy shit now, so that's who you do it with. It was on a GCW show. Sabu passed away, I want to say a week or two later, however many days later. And also I just watched The Dark Side of the Ring about the Sheik, and then Sabu's on that, and you're like, fuck, man. And they just recorded that. They just filmed it, because like the Dark Side of the Ring guys, when they film and put it together and it makes to air and stuff like that, it's quick, it happens quickly. I'd say comparatively to other shows, at least in my estimation, but either way though, Sabu passes away. We chronicled it here. He was on Legion of Skanks, crushing beers with those guys and like hanging out in New York and stuff. After GCW. That like a week later or a few days later, whatever it is, right? And because they were watching the clips from the Joey Janela match as well. And then what had happened was a story comes out where Sabu he was all fucked up and beat up and couldn't make it to the ring, and so he got Kratom. Okay? And someone they went and got this Kratom for him. I believe at his request, or someone suggested it or something, right? And then everybody went insane, and a lot of people were like, GCW's a fucking scumbag company that would blah, 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 blah. And, other people were like, oh, you got to blame Joey Janela for this. And people were legit blaming Joey Janela for this, man. And then other people, and thank God RVD came out and sort of cleared the air a bit. But a lot of people were like, dude, you can't make Sabu do anything he doesn't want to do. Like, Sabu just knows what he's doing, And I saw tweets out there, people saying like, man, imagine you've lived the life Sabu did and did the things he did. And you fucking have people thinking, spreading around that Kratom took you out, So we're just going to read the story, read the perspectives, but then James Romero and shit get called out. And Dutch Mantell get called out by Rob Van Dam and by Joey Janela as well. So we're going to cover and read all of this as much as we can here. I just wanted to pull up one clip that I noticed isn't in there, man. That I thought I had. I must have not. We'll find it. But RVD had something to say about it, and I thought I had the clip bookmarked. Maybe someone deleted it or something, but either way, we'll get into it and I can break it down. So, Neckbeards tweets this out. Stay classy, GCW. So I don't know who's quoted. Oh, Janela. This is Joey Janela. So he says, we are an hour into the show, and I said, just get Sabu here. So they gave him something called Kratom. You can buy it at a smoke shop or something. It's like a legal opiate or something. So what Kratom is, guys, is like they use it to, some people claim it helps them with like performance. RVD is actually a big Kratom guy. It is super addictive. There's no like evidence that it'll like kill you and shit like that, or you can overdose on it the way people are pitching it. That's absolutely not what it is. It's legal like everywhere, man. In America and Canada, I'm pretty sure it's legal everywhere. Like it's not even a question if Kratom's legal. I don't do it. I wouldn't do it just because I hear it's very addictive. And I don't know. I don't like taking even like Advil. I try to not, I don't know, just something about, and I'm not saying it's even like a chemical. I think it's like a plant that you extract whatever the fuck from, you know. I smoke weed, I drink beers. That's what I like to do. Okay. But to each their own, right? And so who asked them to get Kratom? I don't know. Can you take too much Kratom and like faint and shit? Oh, for sure, dude. You know, you could smoke a cigarette and faint. Though that's the thing. You can caffeine overdose. You can drink too much coffee and get super bad anxiety and feel lightheaded and start hyperventilating and shit. So I don't know. Has Sabu taken Kratom before? I don't know, but it's not this deadly drug, and it's like a legal opiate. So I don't even think it's an opiate. What it is like they give it to people who are quitting opiates, you know, like they recommend it. You can get off opiates by using this, but you know, 9 times out of 10, you get hooked on the Kratom as well. Okay. So there's some people who are like microdose Kratom in the morning and it's like good for ADD or it activates your focus. Some people don't like it. I don't know, man. It's the same with Ritalin or Adderalls or whatever. Some people don't like taking them. It helps some people. Some people abuse them. I don't even think the Kratom was being abused here, but let's read on, right? So I just wanted to shed that light on like what Kratom is. I'm not overly familiar with it, but I do know, like, I'm pretty sure it's legal everywhere. A bunch of podcasters sell Kratom and shit, like Kratom capsules and stuff. So anyways, though, they said he's hopping on the bed. He's hopping off the bed and we're going to get him to the show. So he shows up 2 hours into the show. Sabu is on a different fucking planet. Everyone in the backstage is like, what the fuck is this match going to happen? And my God, did it happen. Damn. So Sabu wanted to go with a bang. What do you mean Sabu can't walk, they said. Yeah, Sabu's something with his knee. They're locked up. He can't walk, and his feet are bleeding. He's not coming. Sabu's not coming. I said Sabu's fucked. So we talked to Matt Tremont, and Tremont is about to be the replacement for the match. And I feel like this is going to be the most embarrassing moment of my wrestling career. There's 2,000 people here. This is Joey saying this. This is one of the biggest spring breaks ever, the biggest crowd mania weekend, indie-wise. And I'm going to have to go out there and announce that Sabu once again no-showed and no-showed his own retirement match. Lauderdale was less concerned. In the back of my mind, I knew Sabu was coming, he said. I never once worried if we didn't hear from Sabu, then I would be worried. But the fact that he was communicating, I knew he was coming. And yeah, Brett obviously has dealt with him more times. So that's like Joey's side of it. Okay. And again, him just going on to say like, oh, they gave him this Kratom pill. Well, like where? From who? You know? But again, I'm not sitting here. I have retweeted. You guys can go on X and see it. I've retweeted Joey a bunch of people like accusing him of some heinous shit, bro. Sabu isn't going anywhere he doesn't want to go, and he didn't kill him with Kratom, okay? That's not how it works. So it's fucking insane that people are literally calling Joey like a murderer, and we're going to get into that a little bit more. But BJ Bethel does some actual reporting here, and he goes, I asked a manager at a pharmaceutical company about Kratom. Folks, you can AI ask this shit. Grok will tell you. No. It's so dumb how on X everybody asks Grok the answers to shit. Like, I get it if there's no context to a video, and you're like, what the fuck is going on here? What is everybody talking about? But when people are like, Grok, what is this true and shit? It's like, man, Grok knows what people put on the internet. It's not like it actually knows shit. Do you know what I mean? You fucking idiots. Like, Do some diligence, for Christ's sakes. But anyways, he asked a pharmaceutical company about kratom. This is their response. And they go, kratom isn't just for withdrawal. It's a straight up painkiller, but you can't OD on it since, unlike opiates, there's a ceiling to the effects of it. So it's just like marijuana. That's why you can't OD on marijuana. Okay? There's caps on what THC can even do to you. It fits into the same receptors opioids use and can cross the blood-brain barrier, so it has painkiller effects. There you go. And so Francine was critical of this whole situation. Okay? And she had this to say. Francine is speaking out about Sabu's last match against Joey Janela at GCW. During her latest podcast, she said this: I have a bit of a problem with that, because if the man cannot walk and his knees are messed up and his feet are bleeding, was he forced into doing this? That's something we'll never know. She went on to question why Sabu was allowed to compete in such a physical match while allegedly being in such poor condition. Now, that's what I have a problem with. I have a problem with them being like, oh, his knees are bad and his feet are bleeding. He's got to go out there. But then again, it's his last ever match. So it's sort of like that movie, The Wrestler, or like Ric Flair's match. Do you take that away from him? It's a tough spot to be in as a promoter, but it's irresponsible, to say the least, of like, if you know that shit and then he goes in there and does it, and you like okay it and you're like cool with sending him in there, I would say that's where I have more of an issue with things, not so much the kratom, right? But anyways, reading that one paragraph is disturbing, because why would you force somebody to wrestle if they're not in the right state to do so, or if they're so messed up on drugs or a substance, or if they're bleeding, their feet are bleeding, their knees are so locked they can't walk? That's incredible. She says, I don't get why you would force somebody to perform. I understand it's the biggest show of the weekend and you want it to go well, but isn't somebody's health more important? Francine, who considered Sabu a close friend and brother, struggled to contain her emotions as she reflected on his passing. She says, the whole thing makes me very, very upset. And, maybe that match had nothing to do with him dying. I guess we'll never know. But it sickens me because I lost a friend and a brother, and I'm just devastated. Yeah, tons of controversy surrounding this match. Now, I want to pull up. I think I have to head over to YouTube for this. So, one of a kind, Sabu clearing up, I think was like what the clip. RVD clears up recent speculation about Sabu. So I want to play this clip here, or a section of this clip. And I don't want to play the whole Dutch Mantel James Romero stuff, but I do want to see what's going on with that. I wish there was a clip of it on X. Maybe someone could tag me. Chat, get on it. Right? But I'm just trying to find clips of what James Romero said and what was said by Dutch Mantel. But basically, let's see here. So here, I'm going to share this clip of what RVD had to say about, and he will reiterate what Dutch Mantel and James Romero essentially said. James also made his own video about it. That was like, and then we'll get to Joey Janela's response, but James also made his own video separate of his one with Dutch, where he was extremely critical, of GCW and Joey Janela as well. Can you guys see that? Good shit, pal. So let's watch Taz, RVD, and our guy Dominic D'Angelo on One of a Kind with RVD. And I'm going to subscribe live. You guys see it there. I thought I was subscribed, maybe on my other Pro Wrestle Times account. But either way, we support the goddamn wrestlers we like. And here's what RVD had to say about the whole Dutch and James Romero situation. He does a fine job of reiterating essentially everything they said, and then we'll get to Joey Janela's response, because he snapped out on them and threatened like possible libel and stuff like that. Here we go.
His birth date, his name, where he was born. I think it was just that in the picture. That so there's that. now, holy crap, all the heat that's gone to Joey Janela and GCW.
Right? Yeah.
Ridiculous.
I know it's heavy. I mean, I obviously wasn't at the show, so I don't know what happened or what happened afterwards. But I know you and I text on the side. I was just trying to gather some information and talking to you privately, Rob. You know, but yeah, I mean, yeah, a lot of heat.
And what happened when Taz and I talked, Taz said, have you heard all the talk about GCW? Or I don't know if you said GCW. I'm paraphrasing, but whatever you said, I knew what you were talking about. And I said, it's ridiculous. And you were fired up. You were like so pissed. And that's how they've got everybody. Like there's so many people. I've read comments from social media followers that say GCW should be arrested on manslaughter.
Yeah, dude. I've seen tweets a lot, man. A lot of people and just saying like this is a scumbag company and all this shit. And it's like, damn, I don't know about all that. Like Sabu would have just no-showed him again. In my opinion, that's what every wrestler seems to say. I know Francine's upset. She just lost a friend. And again, I don't know. I never fucking knew Sabu or anything, but obviously, but it's just, it's unfortunate that now Sabu's passing was just surrounded in this controversy more so than like, I don't know. I'm so glad they did this stream because they really focused on his legacy and shit. And RVD had old Sabu ECW stuff. Like I think it's a playlist from WWE's YouTube or whatever on in the background the whole time. So that was really cool to watch as well.
Regardless of the cause of death 3 weeks later, like thank God these people aren't in control of actually making real decisions, you know?
Yeah, I understand. Yeah, no, you're right.
And let me call Dutch. I want to call
Dutch
out here, okay? I enjoy listening to Dutch's podcast. What I heard him say kind of changed my opinion on how much to trust good old Dutch.
What do you say?
So he's talking about Kratom, and he's like, well, yeah. And James, the bloke, even says, "I know you're going to talk about that's a horrible English accent."
Yeah, that was.
I thought it was perfect, Rob.
Let me try not trying. It's Belgium. James says, you're going to be talking about Kratom in a minute. So it's like, oh, okay, maybe he's an expert or knows a lot about it. And then Dutch Mantel goes on to say, Kratom is a horrible, horrible drug.
So here we go. RVD's like, I enjoy listening to Dutch. I do too. But he's like, he's speaking out of ignorance. I don't know how much we can trust what he says anymore because listen to what he had to say about Kratom.
It's worse than heroin. And then
worse than heroin, bro. They use it to get people off heroin. That's the thing.
He goes on to say, well, I don't know how you take it. And then James is like, yeah, how do you administer the Kratom? I don't think you smoke it. He says, listen, Dutch, you know nothing about Kratom. Why would you even say that? And it helps so many people. And as my regular listeners know, I'm an advocate for Kratom. Kratom, and let me just tell, like I told you, Taz, tell anybody listening, Kratom, and this is, by the way, in case you missed out on the hype, the gossip, Joey Janela had horrible timing when he put out this post about what his day was like setting up for the match or whatever. And he talks about Sabu being hurt. Big surprise. If he literally couldn't walk and his feet are bleeding, that's fucked up. But regardless of that, it says in there
that's fucked up.
that Sabu was, I'm going to administer some Kratom. Woo! Did you know Ric Flair has his own Kratom? You didn't even know that.
Ric Flair has his own woo Kratom. Woo! Go to Space Mountain with his woo fucking Kratom. Oh my God. I'd do it too. I'd slap my fucking shit on everything if I was Flair.
Fucking wild,
man. Just show you how dangerous it is. But anyway, so Joey's getting a bunch of heat. GCW is getting a bunch of heat. Everyone is saying, man, they should, fuck that. I can't believe I ever supported them, man. They killed Sabu. First off, they didn't give him the Kratom. It was his own people. And I'll tell you what, for sure, Sabu had some kratom, but he eats it every day. Guess what? I usually eat it every day. Katie eats it often, and I don't eat it every single day. That's why I know I'm not addicted to it. Sometimes I'll be like, hey, I haven't had kratom in a couple of days. That would make me feel good. It's good for blocking pain, sleeping. It's great for and anxieties. It's a plant that comes from the coffee plant family, and they dry up the leaves, grind them up into a powder, and then you can put the powders in a capsule and a drink and gummies,
And then you snort it. No, shout out Dutch. I'm not.
you just eat the powder. And so for Dutch, that wants to say that it's like heroin. And by the way, it's not.
What does he call? What does Ric Flair call his kratom? Crate womb. It'll get you going.
It's not recognized by the controlled drug, the list of control anywhere that you can buy. For
so RVD loves kratom, okay? And basically Dutch and I listened to James Romero's full video, and he was very critical of Joey Janela and GCW. He, and then Dutch just speaking out of ignorance there. So that pissed Joey off. And his response was, how are you going to let crusty Dutch Mantell lie and say that kratom is 10 times as strong as heroin? And you agree like a man lined it into his, like I mainlined it into his veins. And he tags WSI YouTube. But seriously, this James Romeo is a disgusting grifter. That's not his name. I think it's Romero. Is a disgusting grifter. It's one thing to talk about it in one video and share your opinion. To squeeze all the money he can out of tragedy for his greedy little fucking pockets and lie he and his clickbait thumbnails can fuck themselves. Whoa now, Joey, don't hate the player, hate the game, brother, okay? This misinformation that he and his co-hosts have shared could 100% be tried for libel. Tread lightly. Yeah, I mean, I'm not even going to dispute that part of it, especially when you're talking like, how do you administer it? Do you smoke it and shit? Like, you saw RVD's reaction. He was like, whoa, what? Like, Jesus Christ, you could just Google this stuff, folks. You guys spend all day online bitching and complaining. Spend it on Grok or, and I support Joey legit as far as whatever. His beef with Dutch and that's not going to affect me whether I watch clips of old Dutch Mantell anymore. You know what I mean? I'm not a Dutch hater now or anything. But, I think Joey caught too much heat for this. And GCW and Brett Lauderdale caught heat as well for this, but just not as much as Joey because, obviously, he's the flaming boot guy. It's easy to jump at him. RVD just laid it out. Sabu took kratom every day, and now I hope we can all get off this topic. This is the last time. I mean, unless like Romero and Joey start arguing, then that'll go in sicko wars, right? But as far as Sabu, let's just remember the dope shit he did and how wild of a motherfucker he was, and let's get off this whole like blaming people for his death 3 weeks after it happened when he was like on Legion of Skanks. Are we going to blame them for drinking beers with him? Like, what are you guys, fucking stupid? And that, ladies and gentlemen, was a very, very long miscellaneous news. Oh, boy. I'm going to check in with Chad. I appreciate it. That's a record, I think, for miscellaneous. It's got to be. We didn't even get to TNA. We're just the show. That was the intro. We're still in light news here, folks. That was the intro to PWT. We're just getting started. Okay, so we're going to play some more Becca, and then we got some TNA news to get to, though, up next. But first, let me check in with Chatito. 81 likes, 175 in here on the Clips channel, or what? Jericho is in the green room. Yeah, he is. You guys, come on over. There's like almost 400 watching across X and YouTube. If you're over on X, come to youtube.com/@ProWrestleClips. Okay, the link is somewhere. It'll be in the description on my X or whatever. Come subscribe. Come hit like. There's member polls, member streams, member chats. Become a member for 99 cents. Maybe you'll get gifted one. I do giveaways and shit. I don't know. Picks against Phil, stuff like that. Not all the time, but hey, here and there, we do the damn thing. And come vote in our poll. Did Ricochet own Phil? We're going to get into that in a bit. We might need Jericho to bring the likes up. Maddie for 2 says, happy weekend, Phil. Sickos on Twitter today, eh? Bro, all the time, man. All the time, but it's all good. It's part of what you got to do, man. Juan Alarcon for 10 says Janela being selfish and saying this was embracing. This was embarrassing. Sorry, I'm legit dyslexic as fuck. Janela being selfish in saying this was embarrassing to him when it was never about him. He's an idiot. GCW should never have let him wrestle in the first place. They didn't kill Sabu. So I think you and I, Juan, are sort of aligned on that, where Joey shouldn't have even said that in the first place. Oh, they went to the gas station and got him kratom. Like, what the fuck? Oh, so you wouldn't say, oh, so he smoked a bowl of weed and went to, like, or maybe you would. Maybe. Depends what state you're in, I guess. But either way, I just think he shouldn't have even really said that. He should have just told a story about, like, hey, it was a hard time getting Sabu there, but the man is such a trooper and a legend. He fucking showed up and did the thing. You know, he's such a legend. Like, it should have been more of that. And then, yeah, I don't care about the kratom stuff. That's just stupid. I just think it was GCW. I aligned with Francine and I guess you, Juan. It's like, I don't know if they should have let him wrestle. Honest to God, if his knees were like that, or maybe he should have came out and named his replacement, then just took like a crazy spot or two, like in AEW, right? Even AEW was like, okay, you can jump through these tables on the outside, but you can't actually. Oh, you can jump on the tables. I guess you could do that. They can't explode though. That's for Moxley later tonight. It's great. Thank you so much. Let's acknowledge me. You guys are amazing. He said it before Sabu died. Yeah, we know that, Phil Burnell, and nice name. But yeah, we know that, dude. We know that he wouldn't have said it. Let's be honest, Sabu's admitted to being addicted to drugs, the mix of cola, and yeah. And that's, yeah, dude. And he took bumps. Like, he's got years taken off his life for sure, just from the partying then and whatever. I think he could handle some kratom and then 3 weeks later be all good. You know? Perhaps GCW asked Sabu not to wrestle, and being Sabu, he said that he always makes his gigs, but he doesn't though. Like, he's no-showed them before. Maddie for 2. Kratom, I barely knew him. Kratom, I barely know him. God damn it. That is fucking hilarious, Maddie. Thank you so much for that. That popped me. Love a good old dice reference, right? Dicey dice. Okay, let's get into TNA news because there's quite a bit there as well. And then, yeah, we'll get into some more stuff. So a banjo for TNA. So Nikita Lyons showed up in TNA and was whooping. This is the Nikita Lyons. Like, where's this fire? Her getting sent to TNA fired her up, dude. And maybe Tessa's just making her look really good, but it was like, okay, she's actually kind of cooking there again like she was early on. I don't know. Maybe that's just my opinion. I didn't watch that clip in full until now. I saw the everyone made GIFs and shit of like the split Bronco Buster or whatever. I saw that. But anyways, breaking. Tessa Blanchard with Mr. Stone will face Ariana Grace with her father, Santino Marella, at TNA Under Siege on May 23rd. So what day is that? Is that like a Friday or? Yeah, it's Friday. It says right there. Duh. Stupid. Friday. Yeah, who knows? Maybe a bonus run-in stream for that. No, I don't know. I might go to the films or something. But yeah, that should be cool. Some people are mad at this. They're like, this isn't the TNA I love, doing this gimmicky shit. And it's like, bro, you had people transporting to other dimensions like a fucking year ago. O'Shea Jackson Jr. called AJ Francis a broke-ass Uncle Phil. Now, I detest that. Oh, come on. That's not very fair to take shots at Phil's like that. Chat, is O'Shea Jackson going to wrestle? 1's in the chat if you think he's going to wrestle. 2 if you think he is not going to wrestle. So the Reality of Wrestling television title was on TNA TV there in the background. And so, or in the foreground, I guess. And they, in that scene anyways, and they they retweeted it or shot a picture. Donald Trump is invited to be to an upcoming TNA show. It'll be huge. It'll be the biggest. TNA show ever. What? Was it bad or what? My wife's like that. That one was bad. That impression was bad. Try that again. So TNA revealed the full lineup for the Canada versus USA Border Brawl event. Team Canada is gonna clean sweep clearly, right? So let's just look at these matchups, chat. Like Santino Marella is gonna wash Nick Nemeth. It's in a flag match as well, so we're gonna clearly get our flag, dude. We climb mountains and shit. We're in the snow, right? So we can get flags. I know that for sure, right? Nick Nemeth, I don't know how good his flag grabbing or planting acumen is. So we're going to clean house. Santino clearly washes Nemeth, just technically, promos, character, all that. So Eric Young versus Matt Hardy. I mean, Matt Hardy has been washed for a while now. Let's be honest. Eric Young's going to pile drive this dude. 1, 2, 3, 4-minute squash match. It's over. The Northern Armory. I don't even know if I've seen them wrestle before, but I know this. They're going to shock the system, and they're going to beat the shit out of Eddie Edwards and Brian Myers. I don't even know how those guys are still even a team. The Northern Armory, clearly led by Eric Young as well, who adopted them, trained under the great Josh Alexander, will mop the floor with the system, send them back to Boston or wherever the fuck they came from. We got Courtney Rush taking on my girl Vix Crow here, who does listen to PWT, believe it or not. Foxy. Now, you are my girl, but listen. Courtney Rush gonna whoop that ass. I'm sorry I said it, and if you unfollow me on Instagram, that's fine. But listen, I'm sorry. Courtney Rush gonna whoop that ass. Clearly, just in her prime right now, cooking. Chad agrees with me too. I know this whole way through. This whole thing isn't biased at all. So we have Channing Decker and Jesse Bieber. Yeah, they're great. They're gonna beat Moose and Dango for sure. We have Champagne Singh, okay, taking on Tommy Dreamer. We're going to whoop his ass, bust him open. Champagne Singh, way better than Tommy Dreamer, of course. Jody Threat takes on Tessa Blanchard. Hey, tag team champ's going to beat the world champ. And we have William Trudeau. Who? Oh, my God. William Trudeau, bud. Versus Sammy Callahan. I mean, come on. We're obviously going to beat Callahan, right? This guy, this random dude is going to definitely whoop Callahan's ass, I assure you. Okay. And yeah, that's my preview of Border Brawl. So clean sweep, a shutout, as we'd say, as Skinner would say, back-to-back shutouts, right? For the Oilers. Oh, my God. So Alicia Fox, speaking of Foxy, says she would absolutely love to return to WWE and NXT. She says, I do love watching and popping my head in and looking at who is coming up. I would definitely take the opportunity to go to NXT and do something. I would want to roll around with any and all the girls if I were to be at. TNA is Alicia Fox. I know it may be a name, but it's like a persona. I almost wonder if it would be difficult for me to return to her. Yeah, maybe they'd bring her in. Like if Paige is coming in, like her and Paige were tight for a long time, and maybe I just like what she's doing. Just do what you're doing with Tessa and TNA. You know what I mean? It's just got a lot of heat. So the Toronto Blue Jays, very Canadian heavy TNA news here, bud. One of the Canadian WWE's Canadian cousins, their sister company, their buddies. The Toronto Blue Jays just drop this for this great hit here, and they just say his name and he appears.
Here's Alejandro Kirk coming off the bench.
And this certainly got the crowd's attention.
And Kirk just clocked one there, bud.
Is a fair ball. Clement is going to come in to score, and this game is tied.
And so they just use Joe Hendry shit, like say his name and he appears. Joe Hendry responds with the clap, and then the Blue Jays respond. And they go, wave your hands from side to side. You know what I mean? They believe in Joe Hendry here in Canada, buddy. So that, ladies and gentlemen, was TNA news. And that was the intro to PWT. Round of applause for the intro. Let me check in with chat once more again. What do we want to do? We should do sickos. We should do sickos. We have a few. Very fun. We keep it fun here, okay? On the sicko segment. Let me just see. Okay. This tribute is embarrassing. Let me just check in with chat here. Clap, clap. Let's do a border brawl bet. Maybe. Maybe. I mean, we won the hockey, buddy. The Mongo tribute. Oh, sorry, the collision. Yeah, I should fucking have that on, really. I'm a goddamn wrestling show. What's it on? TBS, TNT? It comes on TNT, right? I'll throw it on like super quick, guys. Sorry about that. Perfect time to bring it up, though. How long have I missed? Like the first hour or whatever? Sorry. I should have had this done before. Pull this up over here. Go here. They're on TNT, right? Plus the 500K. Minnesota. No, Minnesota is more like this, you know? More like this, I think, right? Whereas Canadian, buddy. Okay, hold on a second. Where the fuck? I think it's on TNT, right? Am I tripping? TNT. Here we go. Yeah, I'm seeing it. Flares back. Wings. And I drink. Okay, hit the like button, you goddamn scoundrels. We're back. Thank you. How can you survive without collision? It's just, I don't know, dude. I throw it on when I go to bed. It's just so not fucking interesting, bro. It's just not focused, okay? So, RIP Mongo as well. So, ladies and gentlemen, it is time for the most disgusting segment in all of pro wrestling media, and it is called the Sicko Segment. So, Suit Williams is triggered by my guy JC Mateo in the house. We're going to talk about that in a bit. But he muted real Jeff Cobb. Yeah, you're not a biased dicklick, right? So Neckbeard's had this to say. All jokes aside, this is getting gross already. Please stop making Sabu's death about how great AEW and Tony Khan are. So here's this Fear the Revolution fellow, and he goes, Sabu on TK and his positive effect on the wrestling industry. And Sabu's like, he's not a money mark like people say. He loves wrestling. That's who you need to run wrestling. Someone who loves wrestling, not a guy who needs to make money. The Khans have money. They don't need it. He wants to make wrestling better. Now, is he making it better? I don't know, but he's trying. He's got my respect. Thank God for him. Yeah, I mean, he got a really big payday in that. And we can all say that about Tony. Like, he's for sure not like a bad person. You know, he doesn't like confrontation and shit. He loves wrestling, for sure. He loves just being a mark for wrestling. He's willing to dump tons of money. If I had a spare billion, I'd just throw it into wrestling too, because I love it, for sure. We would approach it different ways, but, you know, we've gone over this over the time. But, yeah, it's just Sabu passes, and then this Fear the Revolution guy had legit like 3 or 4 posts, man, about how Sabu, or maybe, yeah, it was like 2 or 3 posts about how, like Sabu and AEW and shit. And it's like, bro, don't make it about Tony or whatever. Like, it's such a weird cult thing that goes on. But either way, bro, is it him? Yeah, goddamn, I got to do the voice. Bro, it's time, bro. The real Disco Inferno gets castrated again. What a mark, this Disco Inferno. Brother, let me tell, bro, when I was at the World Wrestling Federation, I beat him every quarter hour. Disco's a fucking mark, bro. In fact, I shouldn't have even said the F word. I have to say 7 Hail Marys tonight before, but let me, bro. This mark, the real Disco Inferno. Let me tell you, this guy. Okay, let's listen to Vince here and the Vince Russo brand. And yeah, I guess Disco, they were going back and forth. I think we covered it before, but
Conan. Let's go to Conan and Disco on Keeping It 100. And this was sent in by Mike Durband.
And as I said, when you said that the Beatles, they don't have any songs, I was like, get the fuck out of here, bro. You obviously haven't listened to any of their albums.
I've listened to every single song they've ever had multiple times. Okay,
and there's only 4 that you know?
Wait, was Disco hating on the Beatles? I hate when people do this edgelord. Oh, they weren't even that good. It's like, shut the fuck up, man. Jesus Christ. Or like people who were like, yeah, but Kiss were like sellouts, man. They just made like me. It's like, yeah, what the fuck? They painted their faces and dressed like giant silver space warriors. I don't know. Like, what did you think they were going to do? It's just crazy to me when people try and say that about musicians, where they're like, they weren't that good. They fucking are still touring and selling.
No, it's a little. It's just
bro.
Like
They're ubiquitous. They're part of. No, it wasn't all
teeny
teeny
bopper music. It is
at the
I
beginning.
mean,
It was teeny bopper because they were very young and they had the fucking mo haircut.
Love me do.
Yeah, bro. You're talking about the '60s. You're talking about 60 years ago.
Our love.
That was hot back then.
So please.
I love Disco, but yeah, come on, brother.
Please love me do.
All right.
All right.
I don't need to say I need that for my roadcaster, do I? And speaking of which, Jeff, here's an
bro. Me and Vince Russo, bro, we don't always agree about wrestling and The Rock, bro. But one thing we agree on, bro, is the Beatles, bro, were the greatest band ever. I invented them, bro. In Vince McMahon's backyard, Linda was there. Okay, I'm going to stop. Jesus Christ. Disco. Come on, brother. Come on, brotherly. So again, FTR, Follow the Revolution, and Neckbeards is on this dude's ass, man. Like Diddy at a freak off. So he says the sickos are turning on Wrestle Talk now. So we covered it on the show. Wrestle Talk stopped covering and reviewing. Well, they cover it, but they don't review AEW. Why? Pourquoi? Porque? Because the fucking views are down on it, and it gets so goddamn toxic. And when I brought this up, I had sickos come under my shit and go, Ollie Davis is clearly biased against AEW because he said CM Punk is a better champion than Hangman or whatever. And shit like that. So it's got to be frustrating for them to deal with people calling them shills all the time. And then also people shitting on them whenever they are critical of AEW. That's got to be frustrating for them, you know? So Follow the Revolution post that moment when MJF called out the bullshit. This is why Max has become a true pioneer to All Elite Wrestling. And it's like, no, dude, Max went in there and kayfabe gimmicked, did a work shoot with Ollie and Luke, because that's what he does with everybody in every interview. And you guys are now turning on Wrestle Talk because they don't tongue Tony Khan's ass every show. And they're willing to go, okay, look, are we... Yeah, I don't know what to tell you guys, man. This shit will never change when you're catering to these people who just don't see the bigger picture, you know? So Andrew Baydala had this to post. He's like, AEW's not going to erase someone from their history just because they have left the company or joined another one. Please stop with the garbage. So I quote tweeted this and triggered a bunch of sickos. And I wrote Cody Rhodes, Bandy Rhodes, and CM Punk are not even featured in their book. Okay. Now people are like, how do you know? Did you read it? No, guys, this is what I mean. Like, I can't believe there's so many fucking dumb people in the IWC and just in the world in general. Do you think that they're going to have Cody's side of why he really left AEW? No. So he's not featured in it. They're going to use quotes from him while he was there. They're going to probably be nice to him and put him over. But they're not going to say, well, Cody Rhodes then left and put up some of WWE, their competitors' biggest numbers, and then Tony Khan called them the Harvey Weinstein. And then, like, they're not going to talk about that shit. And if you want proof, I'll give you proof. Watch Dynamite when they put pallets and lean shit over people's faces who are no longer in the company. Well, why would they show people in the company? Why would they film TV trucks on their live TV show with people who aren't in the company? Ask them. That's their problem. I'm just telling you what the way they've handled this shit. Watch the All Access show. They erased CM Punk from history in that reality show that nobody was watching. Nobody watched. Okay? None of the sickos watched it or it wouldn't have got fucking canceled. All right? That's where those 10 minutes of Tony Khan clips come from. People think I just am hating on him. No, that's just every time he appears in the show. Okay? In that show, I'm going to do it. I'm just going to do it now so people can see. I'm going to do 10 minutes of the Young Bucks, okay? Coming soon. And it might be longer than 10 minutes because they're in it quite a bit. But the Young Bucks completely tiptoe and dance around and erase the fact that the Bucks got in a brawl. They treat it like, oh, the Lucha Bros and the Death Triangle and the Bucks were forced to vacate because they're taking a break and some controversy arose. They don't bring up CM Punk. They don't bring up that there's a fight. And at this point, CM Punk wasn't even fired. So Baydal is saying they're not going to erase someone because they're fired or at the other company. Punk wasn't even fired or at the other company. They erased and tried to alter history the way WWE does. And I'm just keeping the same energy, you fucking marks. You sickos on X who should come to YouTube. I'm keeping the same energy here. When WWE does their wish-wash fake history bullshit in the past, we all criticized it and talked shit. Sorry I didn't have a podcast in the early 2000s before people podcasted, regularly and shit. You guys know what I'm saying? Like, sorry I didn't have a podcast to voice my concern about the rise and fall of WCW and how that fucking documentary sucked. And like the embellishments that went on there. Sorry, right? So now I do. And when WWE does this shit, I call it out, the fake history bullshit. There hasn't been much of that in recent years, unless you just want to talk about The Rock lying and shit, in which case I called that out too. Okay? So when it comes to this whole CM Punk thing, right? They already erased him and gave fake history in that fake reality show. They already did that. Okay? So what's going to stop them from not giving? You think they're going to give Punk's side of the brawl in the book? Do you think they're going to go, hey, year over year, these guys are down however much? And I'm not saying they need to bury themselves, right? But this, for you to think, okay, why isn't Cody Rhodes on the front of the book, period? Oh, they can't use Cody Rhodes' likeness. That's not fucking true. And that's especially not true now. Well, maybe WWE owns that. Maybe he did like sell it to them. We don't know. Maybe that would have been made public. But here's the thing, dude. He's in the video game. I know that was before. But all I'm saying is, like, for a book, I guess maybe because AEW did make this book. Okay, you might have an argument there that they can't put his likeness on the book. Maybe I'll give you that. But then what about Brandy Rhodes, who like ran the women's roster and all that? She's not on the cover. She hasn't been interviewed. I showed you guys a tweet where Teal Rhodes liked it, where I was like, yo, if Brandy and Cody Rhodes aren't interviewed for this shit, it's just a lie book. This book's bullshit. And she liked it. Why? Because they fucking weren't interviewed. Because Cody Rhodes has gone on a myriad of podcast appearances, and he said, I can't wait till the different versions of the stories come out. I really am getting sick of being undermined. He said that on, I think, Andrew Schultz's show. He's like, they really want to cast aside what I contributed to making AEW, which there would be no AEW without Cody Rhodes. And so I don't know. Some sickos got mad at me. A lot of people were quote tweeting this. Like, did you read it? This is a lie. You really think they'll lie? How do you know? Guys, yeah, they'll talk about CM Punk and how he got them a 1.8 million on Rampage. He'll talk about, yeah, I noticed that. Black Adam came on. So what the fuck happened? Right? This is what I mean. They're not going to talk about how Taco Bell commercials and Black Adam just interrupt their TV show because people don't give a fuck about
best
it.
guys, Tony Khan.
Right? They're not going to talk about that, chat. They're not going to talk about they're not going to get a quote from CM Punk for this book like, okay, what was your side of it? So this is just a history book of like, here's our great attendance we did in London. Here's our we popped our biggest rating in 2025, but they're not going to break down like, well, Meltzer's been shilling for us, and realistically, since the beginning of this book to when this book came out, we lost 700,000 fucking viewers weekly or whatever. You know what I mean? They're not going to talk about any of that shit. It's just going to be like, oh, here's our fake attendance number from All In. Okay, WWE does the same thing with their fake. There's 100,000 people in the Silver Dome, Jack, or whatever the fuck it is, right? In the Superdome, brother. So they did the same thing, and that's all this is going to be. It's just going to be like a fluff, controlled narrative. We're the best, we're the greatest thing ever, and changed wrestling, and we shattered this record and did that, blah, 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 with their fake carny narrative of what AEW is. And for people to think it'll be anything more than that, you're dumb. And I just don't get how you don't understand what I'm saying here. They also erased CM Punk from their history during the All Access show that apparently nobody watched but me. Please stop with the garbage. And I'm just showing Baydala, like, listen, Punk, the real point that should be extrapolated, fuck this book. The real point should be they erased Punk from All Access when he wasn't even fired, and they altered their history for that show to give the Young Bucks their fake reality show story for the show. Was like, we're coming back, and, you know, we're whatever. We have to face these Death Triangle guys again for our belts, and there was controversy last time, and this could be a dangerous match. The whole thing is about them and the Death Triangle on that reality show. And they don't even mention once, yeah, we got hit in the head. I got bit by fucking CM Punk or Kenny Omega did or whatever the fuck. They don't even talk about that at all. So yes, they will alter their history. They're fucking carny pro wrestling company. You fucking marks getting worked all the time. Anyways, AIR Gold. So the rumor goes around that Miles Bourne and Stephanie Vaquer are dating or are together. Right? And then AIR Gold goes, he's deaf and I swear to God, AIR Gold's voice is like, he's deaf and she can't speak English. Perfect couple. He's deaf and she can't speak English. Perfect couple. Now, like, listen, I'm not one of the guys who's like racialist and like so people can make fucking jokes, whatever. I don't get offended by stuff. But it's just, this isn't funny, and you're a hack. Stop trying to be the joke guy that's not you. You're a clown dumb fuck. Okay, who's just grifting tweets. He's deaf and she can't speak English. No, that's not funny. It would be funny if, like, she had an annoying voice, like if it was like Fran Drescher and you're like, oh, and he's deaf. You know, fellas in chat, do you want some little hottie talking on Espanol to you, or you know what I mean, dude? Come on now. AR Gold's never hung out with a woman, with a Latina baddie before. No, but like for real, dude. Jesus Christ. Fucking asshole. Now he's the funny guy. Oh, he's got jokes. So this guy tweeted out, starts with D and we all love him. And then this guy goes, Dave Meltzer, and posts this.
And my man, thank you to my man. And my man, thank you to my man.
2 likes. 2 likes for that one. So Downstate responds to a sicko who's hating on them. So this Souls Ruka account, it's not actually Soul Ruka, but it's like Souls RVCA, which is, I think RVCA, isn't that like an MMA clothing apparel company or something? Anyways, Jesse, they say they just singing anyone's theme songs now. And this dude's triggered because what? They're singing Miz's theme? Miz is over as fuck, dude. People are going to look back and be like, Miz was one of the greats, and they just don't now. And they don't appreciate him. But Downstate responds and is like, "Kay, about to hit 13 million on Spotify. Love you, Miz." I came to play. There's a price to pay. Time for you to get down on your knees and pray. I'll sing it to say goodbye to the good old day. I'll rap this shit too, you fucking haters. This shit bangs. There's a price to pay. Hell yeah, dude. Okay, so this guy, Jahante, was hating on my guy Lexus King. Okay. And Lexus King, all of his tweets now, if you guys notice, he's been tweeting all the time, like, "Hey, I'm going to developmental to develop some development talent." Like, he's just saying that all the time. It's because these sickos said this dumb shit to him, and this really fucking pissed him off because it's just stupid, right? And so Lexus King tweets out, "Tonight, WWE Evolve has the glorious privilege of hosting the King in its main event. While I don't foresee the competition to be steep, I will say this. Evolve is not a downgrade. It is not a demotion. It is fresh green land to be conquered by none other than myself." And then this guy, "I'll be watching AEW instead of developmental for the developmental. Sorry, not sorry." So just hating on Evolve now. And so even though like people on Evolve wrestle better, like stack it up against any given collision, and you can see better wrestling on an Evolve, and that's literally a shoot. So King responds and he goes, "So you'll be watching the developmental for the developmental for the developmental." Oh shit, he cooked sickos. He cooked Tony Khan. Tony Khan. Lexus King fucking cooked Tony Khan. Dude, I'll be watching AEW instead of the developmental for the developmental. And King goes, "So you'll be watching the developmental for the developmental for the developmental. No worries. I'll be busy developing while you are watching others develop." Oh my God, he fucking cooked AEW. Dave Meltzer's going to be like, "Oh, well, he fucking sucks. Wrestling's not fake." He destroyed this sicko and AEW, bro. And you guys need to understand some shit, right? Like, you know, you get accounts like Heel Uzi gets accused of being Kylie Ray. They think that's her burner. No. Have you ever thought maybe she just fucking like you sickos, bro? Have you ever thought about it? Some of these wrestlers are like, yeah, fuck them in that place. You know, I'm not saying King is, but let's live in a world where maybe he's just like, fuck. Well, he just said it. He's like, that's developmental for developmental, fool. He just fucking destroyed AEW right there. And he was there. He can talk about it. You know, he can speak firsthand on that shit. So to me, man, it's like maybe some of these wrestlers just like seeing you sickos squirm and fucking hate that the culture, or just like hate what has happened to them over there, or whatever, you know. But this guy posts, "I feel like Ishii give me no neck." Posts, "It's kind of cool that people look forward to the C2 now." Do they? Not saying it's G1 buzzworthy, but people impatiently guess participants, matches, and scenarios for the C2 for much of the year. I don't know if they impatiently do that. Do you guys see that? I don't really. When it comes up, I'm like, oh yeah, it's the C2. So Suit Williams, though, just always, like, he has just terrible takes. I swear he just makes terrible takes to just try and have terrible takes, you know? But he says the C2 and the Owen are established concepts that have proven to be great uses of TV time. No. TV time is like a commercial, right? You're on TV to sell to advertisers, sell to get you into the building, sell tickets, and to sell pay-per-views or whatever your big event is, right? I quote tweeted this. I'm going to read before I even get through his whole thing, but I go, "It's not drawing any more or any differently. So what fantasy land do these people live on?" It's like the TV is just like a long commercial for like the big show. Do people not understand this? I just don't. I just don't know, like, where it got lost, where the delineation happened, where some wrestling fans just think wrestling's supposed to be like when you scrolled wrestling on YouTube. I had fun doing that too, guys, but that's not like what TV wrestling is supposed to be, right? Anyways, though, or TV in general, okay? But there's a reason TikTok is TikTok and TV's a 28-minute show or whatever, right? There's a reason. Anyways. So he says, I'm going to keep banging the drum that more official named tournaments will be a benefit to AEW's year. No, see? Yeah, do more named tournaments. It'll just be better to just make the whole show tournaments all the time. No, man. Jesus Christ. Less is more. If they just got rid of the C2 and just had the Owen, it'd probably be better. It'd make the Owen mean more. As opposed to random 2-week deals. Give me a tag or trios tournament or a one-night deal for the TNT TBS titles. I've even got a name for that one, the Turner Classic. Easy shit that can help draw fans without a single name announced. No, because even when you announce the names, the tournaments aren't drawing fans or viewership, bro. What the fuck are you talking about? This is crazy. It's like, whoa, what the fuck? I know you guys enjoy it, right? And like, I enjoy a good old tourney too, but no, it hasn't like increased anything. Samoa Joe increased your TV ratings. Okay. Maybe, yeah, tournament called Samoa Joe's going to win the world title. Everyone tune in. Okay. We'd all fucking tune in to see it. Right. But otherwise, I don't know. Nothing's really working, dude. Fully. And I know people are like, oh, come on, they get TV deal, make money. Their next week's Dynamite has less than 1,100 tickets sold the last I looked. It's either next week or the one after. It's set up for like 2,400. They have less than 1,100 tickets sold. I'm sorry. What is a tournament? What did it help do? What? They just had Samoa Joe versus Moxley in a cage. 4K people buy tickets, which is a huge house for a Dynamite in 2025. And they got their best rating of 2025. And Joe is fighting for the belt. And I've sat here and had people who crunch the numbers come on the show and go, he's a proven commodity. And I go, I fucking put the belt on Joe. I should book this shit, Tony. What the fuck? I'm actually riding for that, bro. 2026. Get Tony the fuck out of there and hire me, AEW. I don't know what we got to do, but I'll do a better job for you guys, okay? This is some bullshit. I'm getting tired of this. So ex-WWE superstar Javier Bernal reveals he listens to Sabrina Carpenter, and then I don't know if he takes a shot at Sap or what, but he goes, just wanted to let you know that this is confirmed to be true. Because, Fightful is going to have an article about that one, right? Anyways, this gentleman here, Vin, who is Invictive, says, I heard Evolution 2 will be in Atlanta. Then he screen grabs Magnum Bear skins, which, come on, who are you fooling, bro? And then sex gels for couples and men. And it's just creepy. It's just the weird subsection of beach ball throwing guys who get caught wanking in theater type vibe energy you get from some of these folks, Auntie Mara Oos, right, gets mad because Indy Hartwell posted, like, she went and saw the movie Sinners, okay? And it's listed as 2 hours and 56 minutes. And she posted, that's 2 hours and 17 minutes I'll never get back. Oh, no, sorry. This trailer's 2:56, but the movie's 2:17. So she says that's 2 hours and 17 minutes I'll never get back. Obviously, you guys get the joke and the reference. We're not stupid idiots here, right? But maybe I am because I read the wrong time on that. But you get what I'm highlighting here. And then, so she's implying I'll never get my time back for seeing this piece of shit. You guys get the reference, right? We've all said this about shit we didn't enjoy. We say it about Dynamite every week almost. And this lady goes, just like that, your TNA career is shit. And 4K people like this. 4K. Now, of course, they make it so you can't respond. People do that when they go viral for shit that they don't want to catch smoke for. 4K people like this. Your TNA career is shit because someone didn't like the movie Sinners. Like, people are so cooked, man. Soraya says, I love when dirt sheets take what I say and spin it, then do a headline that's just clickbait, just to garner views from people who don't read beyond the headline and causes everyone to talk shit for no reason. Super cool. Yeah, man. It's their whole game. So I got in a little sicko tiffy because Jim Ross, which we will get into, I don't even think we did AEW or WWE news yet. But, Jim Ross came down with cancer. So Inside the Ropes dropped an 8-minute clip of Jim Ross. And on the morning, a few hours before, he posted, I have been diagnosed with cancer or whatever, right? Colon cancer, which we're going to talk about in a bit. And an hour before he put that tweet out, I had put a tweet out that was already going viral of what he said in that 8-minute clip of Inside the Ropes. And sometimes I'll do those. I'll listen to a clip and I'm like, fuck, I don't know if I'm going to spend time talking about this on the show, but here's the cliff notes, some interesting things that to me, I'm like, here's things we don't know maybe necessarily, right? Because they asked him about the CM Punk fight and all that, and he was there for that. So it's like, we never got JR's real perspective on that, not even on his pod. So anyways, this guy blew Thunderbomb. So Ricochet talks shit to me. And so we're going to talk about that in a bit. But Blue Thunderbomb says, yesterday this jackass made a post twisting Jim Ross's words around Jack Perry and Brawl in yet again, trying to get attention with JR's cancer diagnosis. A real piece of shit. That's what this guy said about me, the queen. No. But I just respond, I go, yeah, that never happened. I listened to his most recent podcast appearances with Inside the Ropes, reiterated what he said verbatim in a post, and then he made that announcement. Stop being a retard. And then this guy goes, no, you didn't. You twisted his words and left out the parts in which, now listen to what he says here. Jim Ross praised Jack Perry and called him one of his favorites. We all know Jim Ross has praised Jack Perry and has called him one of his favorites. You fucking idiot. Sorry, I'm a bigger AEW fan than you, sicko. I already know that. I already know Jim Ross was the one who started calling him Jack Perry. That's all. It's all been done. Ooh, fucking 2-3 years ago, we knew this shit. What are you talking about? 4 years ago, I knew that. Everybody knows that. What we didn't know is that Jim Ross was like, Jack Perry was going to shit his pants, wasn't he? He was probably scared shitless. I didn't know Jim felt that way about that situation. Jesus Christ. So these people are fucking so dumb. You didn't say all the good things that we already knew 8 years ago, or not 8 years, I guess they're around 6 years, but we already knew this fucking 5 years ago, and you didn't bring that part up. You did this purely to stoke the flames of drama to get attention while JR was trending due to his cancer diagnosis, you clout demon. Oh, God. And I was like, nope. That's like saying Inside the Ropes or clout demons for posting the clip from the interview that morning. You're a dumb person who's triggered. I didn't quote him saying that Jack Perry is something special. Who cares? We all know he thinks that already. Then he goes, why else would you post it? There's no need to stoke the flames of brawl-in drama. Listen to this idiot. I'm reacting to a clip, dumb fuck. Go tell this to Inside the Ropes then, who asked him about it. And this guy's like, which you clearly were on top of that JR's cancer diagnosis. You're a complete piece of shit, clout-hungry demon. And then I go, I said it an hour before, so I come with receipts. I said it an hour before he made his announcement. You're just retard angry over AEWs. I posted it because Inside the Ropes dropped that clip of their new interview with JR that morning. I don't know how else to explain this to you, kindergarten brain. It's called a coincidence. Are you ready for his response? Boom. Boom. There you fucking go. And so I can handle it, but some people can't handle this shit. And when people like Ricochet do this retarded thing he's doing, there's some real sick people who follow you, Rico. I hope you know that, dude. Real dumb fucking crazy lunatics follow you who are complete AEW sickos, man, who freak out if you don't mention every good thing. And this guy's been stalking my page and it's luckily I can handle shit like that, but some people can't. You got to just be weary of who you're being I'll fight you. And the threats other people might make towards them and shit. Cause I've had people to tell me to delete myself on Twitter and shit. I've had people tell me, and I'm sure Rico's gotten this too, just for going to AEW and shit. Right. So That's why I'm bringing this up, because I'm sure he can be empathetic to that. But I also called him retarded, so I had it coming. But I can handle this shit, right? I can handle myself. I'm good. So I'm just saying other people, though, because social media sort of ruined the way people react and like interact with each other, rather, and react to things. And like I had people telling me the last 2 days, like, delete yourself. I don't want to say it because we're on YouTube, you know, but like, you know, in Minecraft, get oofed, you know. I had a bunch of that. So we're going to circle back, though, because the Rico stuff's the main event. So Machiavelli DTA says, isn't Tony Khan the son of a billionaire? And this guy Hitchasera says, RVD and Taz shouldn't need to set up a GoFundMe for Sabu. Paul Heyman and WWE should be paying for everything. What the fuck? Like, what the actual fuck, man? I quote tweeted this and I was like, listen, dude, communities exist for a reason. Like, the wrestling community can come together. The swimming community can come together and raise money for someone who passed away tragically and untimely, or who gets cancer or something like that. I'm sick of these fucking idiots being like, oh, why doesn't just like WWE pay for everything, or these other companies? And like, okay, maybe they contribute. Maybe they should. And maybe they should set up pensions or whatever things for people. But here's the thing. WWE will put people in rehab like fucking a decade after they've left the company and shit all over them. So they do stuff like that. Okay. And you don't know who donates to who in private. You don't fucking know that stuff. Public GoFundMes is a public thing, and that's for the community to get involved in. And I'm allowed to spend my 5, 2, 20, 100, 1,000, 500, 25. I'm allowed to spend it how the fuck I want to. Okay? And if I want to spend it helping Sabu's family, I'm allowed to fucking do that. Okay? Period, point blank. And it's so, like, what's the point of having a fucking community if we can't help each other in times of need? You pussies. God, I'm getting tired of that fucking narrative. Okay? They shouldn't need to set up a GoFundMe. Well, they fucking did. Cry about it. So what if Kenny Omega, he's a Canadian, what if Scott comes and Scott gives him cancer? Cancer? Yes, cancer in his ass, right? What if Scott comes and wishes Kenny Omega cancer in his ass and it happens? Would you not want to GoFundMe? And I don't wish that by any means. I love Kenny Omega. You guys know that. But would you want to GoFundMe for him? I would. So shut the fuck up, Puto Takagi. That shit irks me, bro. Soraya, like, we need people helping each other more in the world now more than ever, not fucking less. Anyways, Soraya has another one. She goes, crazy, I have to say this, but if you come to my signings, please don't try to kiss me anywhere, especially on my mouth.
You fucking mark!
Holy high heaven hell. I feel bad for Soraya. He wasn't able to because I moved, but Jesus fucking Christ. Yeah, banish that dude. Put a picture of him with a red line across it going, you're not allowed around female wrestlers till you can fucking apologize or figure out what the fuck is wrong with you. Like, Jesus, that's just craziness, man. So I'm going to check in with chat, then we're going to get into this Ricochet stuff. Okay. Let's check out chat for a second, then we'll get into Ricochet. So Scully Vibes for 2 says that Wrestle Talk guy's haircut. What the hell? Which one? Ollie was like balding, and then they got a sponsorship from like one of these hair grower companies, and he used it and it worked on him. Right? And his hair grows in like a dog's almost, like some of it, like it's all different colors or whatever. And like the stuff that grew in new is like, it comes in all really dark. I don't know. I'm not even roasting them. I'm not like, good. If guys can get, I mean, people in my family have full heads of hair. I'm not worried about it. But if people can need that, fucking get it, you know, especially guys who need, it's better than a toupee or whatever. It works for you. Good. But yeah, man, is that who you're I think that's who you're talking about, Ollie, right? Like with because his hair kind of looks cooked, but he grew it back though. So it's kind of like he's proud of it, and it's like, okay, rock your shit, bro. I give him that. Anyways, Mike Glass for 10 says, am I the only one who's been on a blocking spree since yesterday? Some people just go too far. Yeah, I don't know, dude. Like, I'll mute people, but I do block people who are just inherently, or like you see someone's burner, like that wrestling mark guy has a burner where he got mad at me though on his burner still. And then I looked at his page and who he's the only wrestling thing he's following is that wrestling mark guy. So it's like, okay, I'll just block that guy. Like, he's obviously just like, because you got me blocked on your wrestling shit and then you use another account to come stalk my shit, I'm blocking you. Or people who talk shit then block, it's like, I'll just block you back because now what you can do is stalk people's shit. You can do it anyway, so it doesn't matter. I guess that's not even a move anymore. But yeah, I mean, if people make you uncomfortable, just protect your peace. Fucking block them. Now, if you're not willing to accept like credible information and that triggers you, or if someone tells you a truth and that makes you block them, like what Ricochet said to me, all he did was tell me a truth about my following, so it doesn't offend me. It's like, well, you're right. I don't care, okay. And so, but he said a non-truth about Alfred, but I'm not going to block Ricochet, and he didn't block me, surprisingly enough, right? So when the truth irks you, then it's like, well, whatever, you're just avoiding, or like accountability. Some of these people get on Spaces, yell like racial shit at people, and then a week later go, please, I wish I was back on Spaces, I miss it so much. So yeah, a lot of sickos out there. That's why we do the sicko segment. But Ricochet made the sicko segment, okay? And I'm a part of the sicko segment as well, just sticking up for my old buddy, old pal. So what had happened was Alfred Konuwa makes this video, as he does. He makes videos all the time, okay? Now, to give you guys some backstory on Alfred Konuwa, he's a stand-up comedian, good friend, Forbes Sports. You guys know his channel, at Pro Wrestling Bits, okay? Let me get some coffee. And this is Nasty on X. If you're watching on YouTube, you can see. And he makes videos about everybody. Now, do him and AEW and some of these dirt sheets and Meltzer and shit have beef? Yes, absolutely. Why? Because Alfred's a credible writer, and he does have credible sources. I mean, Jesus Christ, you guys see he gets interviews with like Hulk Hogan and Tiffy, and he's interviewed Bret Hart and Tony Khan. He got a Tony Khan interview when Tony Khan wasn't really doing too many. He's interviewed tons of people. AEW used to love him because he covers shit objectively. And people say it's not objective, but I just think that's false. Like, go back and look at how he wrote about AEW in the past. Now, does he have beef with AEW now? Yes. I'll explain why. For those of you who don't know, maybe you're new to the show. He's been on PWT podcast multiple times, I think 2 or 3 times. You guys can go listen to my interviews and hangouts with him there. He explains all of this stuff. But Alfred covered AEW favorably when they were winning the ratings war. He would write things like NXT demolished by AEW Dynamite. Dynamite smokes, whatever. This wrestler is the reason why whatever the fuck is cooking, right? And Tony Khan loved it so much that he used Alfred's quotes in commercials for Dynamite that he aired during Raw and SmackDown and shit. Forbes with Alfred's quote saying, trounces, NXT trounced by AEW Dynamite and shit, right? But then when that stopped happening and Dynamite started fucking up and Alfred started covering it the same way, he's just like, look, they get their ass kicked. This show isn't good. This show's heading down the wrong path. He got kicked off of this server where he would go that AEW, he's part of the media. So they go, use our media pictures for when you write an article on your fucking website. He has a little password. They changed their whole ass password. I don't know if you guys understand what I'm saying. There's like, if you've had a job in entertainment, like let's say you've worked on movie trailers. I don't know. Maybe I've done that in my past, right? And let's say, you might get a password and an access to a fucking thing that has like a database full of images, whatever things you can use, right? Alfred had one of those. AEW removed him, but in order to do that, they had to change the whole credentials altogether. and like send out probably a mass email to everybody going, hey, the passwords are changed. You know what I'm saying? All because Alfred started covering them not as favorably. And I think Tony had quoted Alfred before. And instead of Alfred pulling a Will Washington or anything like that, what he did was he just stuck to his guns and kept doing his thing and being funny and speaking objectively about this shit. And so when he was objective about Dynamite not crushing it in the ratings anymore and how the trajectory of the show has gone downwards, and I think Tony Khan took that very fucking personally because they had quoted him before and he didn't schmoz up and kiss ass to try and get a job like everyone else. Everybody wonders, they're like, why? Is AEW paying them? No. They see these dirt sheet people get featured and get clout and get jobs and get put on TV. They know that if they suck up to Tony Khan, you could get on TV. Aubrey Edwards had a match. We watched it at the top of the show. You can get on TV, guys. If you fucking tell this guy, he's great. You can get on TV. You can. I'm telling you, the audience. Okay? I'm telling you. And a lot of people believe that as well. So that's why they're all doing it. They hope that they can be on the next, I'm going to be the new unrestricted host or whatever job. Oh, AEW has a games channel. Maybe I can play with Evil Uno on the weekend. Like, they all just want a job. Okay? And everybody thinks they can book better than the actual bookers and shit. And people think they can write stories until it comes time to write fucking stories. And then people go, you know that there's like rules to this shit, right? And you just don't understand that. Like, wrestling is writing stories at the end of the day. It's like movies and shit. It's like TV. It's a weekly television program. Those need stories, like big time. That has to be like the main focus. Stories and characters. So there's like rules to those things, right? And then you break those rules and then people point it out and then retards go, well, this is a story because this happened and this. It's just like, okay, whatever, you know. I just can't, you know. But I can't. We're not going to explain this. This is like fucking English class, high school. You didn't pay attention, clearly. Anyways, but Alfred posted this video. It triggered Pretty Ricky, and then it triggered me. I guess you could say I was triggered. Well, no, I just want to fucking stand up for my friend. I don't like when people call people who aren't grifters, and people who work incredibly hard, and especially when Alfred used to be quoted by Tony Khan until he wasn't. So, and I'm not denying that since they rejected Alfred and like kicked him out of that image server thing, which by the way, they're just pictures from Google. Now it just takes him 5 more minutes to get all of his pictures. You guys get what I'm saying? Like for his articles or whatever, 2 minutes, if that, right? However, I'm not saying Alfred didn't take that personal and go, all right, well then fuck you guys. I'm not saying that. But he was getting the Fast Nationals, and they got triggered by that because the Fast Nationals always looked bad for them, other than when Tony and them, Dave didn't have nothing to say when the Fast Nationals looked good for AEW, but when they looked bad for them, that's when it started this Forbes writer, he's a grifter and all that shit. No, he writes for Forbes. No, he's a funny comedian doing sets all over. You guys are fucking stupid, angry, dumb. You know, so in AEW, not only do the inmates run the asylum, the incels do too. So this is in regards to what we're going to talk about later. Mina Shirakawa got her music fucking switched mid-show. And I have a take on that I don't think many people will have, but either way, here's Alfred's thoughts on it. Ricochet, this triggered Ricochet enough for him to respond to it.
People don't actually understand how little authority Tony Khan has in life, let alone over his own product. AEW tried some new theme music with Mina Shirakawa, and the second them sickos cleared their throat to throw a temper tantrum, this Tony panicked and changed it back before the segment was even over. This is the same man who feared for his life during a 10-second pull-apart. Of course he's going to let himself get bullied by Twitter bots. Further proof of what happens when a subredditor is your CEO. Not only do the inmates run the asylum, the incels do too. At this point, who doesn't have authority over Tony Khan? Thank God TK isn't a parent. That Nepo babies would stay eating ice cream for breakfast because people don't.
Oh, man. That's hilarious. So then Ricochet says stuff like this shows me the level of fucking stupidity that infects the IWC. And it's like, what was stupid about what Ricochet said? Right? They changed her music because Tony was literally live tweeting with the niche with 4 sickos who are already like a sicko niche of the sickos, bro. Like the IWC crybaby sickos, right? Tony was responding to them like, I'm already changing the music back. Live while Dynamite's on in the middle of the match. She wins the match and the different music plays. So, like, I don't get what the level of stupidity is there, Ricochet, but I respond and I go, or no, Ricochet says this. This is what pissed me off. He goes, it's obvious that Alfred is a cancer. It shows that anyone who claims to love wrestling, then covers anything like he does in fact not love wrestling. Ricochet, you don't get to dictate that in other people's lives, buddy. But only wants the fame and attention that comes from covering sports. Yeah, maybe he wants fame and attention. I don't know. I don't like fame and attention. I think it's kind of cringe. I'm not going to lie. I appreciate you all tuning into my show and shit, but this is the extent of it. I'm going to talk to you, motherfuckers. Dude is a lowlife. Then calling him a lowlife. I don't know. Is he healing, chat? Let me know. Is he healing? Because it's like, do I go off on Rico? Like, low life, bro. Aren't you a dude who took a check to put your pinky in your butthole on the internet, bro? I just don't know if, like, you're the guy to be. And I just responded. I'm like, this is objectively retarded. And then fucking Ricochet goes, you follow more people than what follows you. Ha ha ha, fucking losers. Boom, roasted PWT in the PWT universe. Fucking smoked us.
For dirtbags and lily pickers.
Rico smoked us. But I actually think he's being smart here. I think he just knows, like, oh, this guy will just talk about it on his show after. Right? It's smart. He's like, fucking losers. It's like, I was just one guy. But I just wrote, yeah, because I support wrestlers. That's not a known. And just like looking. So that means, this is what's funny, is that he sold for me. That means he had to like move his mouse and highlight, or more likely on his phone, he had to like go on my account, see that I'm funny. And that's where I get my kicks. So really I won, ultimately. Because I just think about obscure shit. Like, imagine him on his phone reading me going, this is objectively retarded, and then him having to go, oh man. And then clicking on the thing and then going, okay, you follow more people than what, and then going back to respond. That's what's funny. You had to click on the thing, and I'm not saying this takes a lot of time and like, oh, you wasted your time. I'm not doing that, Rico, okay? Again, I'm not a cringe lord, bro. I keep the same energies here. Twitter's like, whatever, you can just lick shit off. But for me, the fact you sold it just pops me. So, and then the whole like, oh, the whatever follower thing. It's like, yeah, you're telling the truth. I follow like every wrestler and every wrestling promotion. You could have 700 followers. If I click on your thing and you have ring gear and you're like taking bookings or whatever, I'll likely follow you. You know what I mean? Or people who talk about wrestling and shit, even if I disagree with you or your takes or not, for the most part, unless you're just a gross asshole, but either way, yeah. And then a bunch of sickos came, like this guy's like, nice slurs, kindly remove yourself from the internet and existence in general. So this guy like wants me to do self-deletion to go to the Hardy compound and delete myself, right? But then my response is funny, and I ratioed him. I'm like, I'm retarded too, so I'm allowed to say it. Let's fucking go. And then people are like, who the fuck are you? And stuff like that. It's like, it doesn't matter. He sold for me. And so I actually do thank you, Ricochet, because I did get like followers because of this. I got a bunch more like people retweeting and liking my shit because of this. And so that's cool. But yeah, I don't know if that's really an own. And I don't know if he's just healing. He might just be healing, but a lot of people are talking about, is he a guy who is getting go away heat, or is he like working you into buying a ticket? I don't think he's working people into buying a ticket. I think that this will like turn people off, if anything. However, you know why he does it. He's looking at his social media engagement and he's loving it. I know he's just licking his chops right now. Like he's probably getting more interactions than he ever has by doing this shit. So I don't blame him or even for trolling or hating on people, but I don't know. I'm going to stick up for my friends at the same time while he's being serious or not, because let's say what he's saying is true, it's retarded. And if what he's saying is just him working, then it's a retarded approach, in my opinion. So, and then, yeah, I just get a kick out of you selling it, Rico, but we're cool, Twitter Ricky. I'm not going to like, just like, if I like your work, I'm going to put it over. I still think, which is weird to say, your match on that Dynamite, besides the cage match up until the schmoz stuff, your match with Gowan was probably like the standout from that show that got, right? Like, he was selling his ass off. You worked a one-legged guy and got the crowd into it. So again, we're going to give fair dues, but yeah, I don't get offended by follower stuff. You know, it is what it is. But what else happened there, though? I thought there was another response. I said, this is objectively retarded. I said retarded like 700 times on the show. Sorry, YouTube. And so Ricochet, yeah, the stupidity. Alfred has some responses, I think, in AEW news. And so, yeah, I just got, Rico, all you did was like get people to tell me to like delete myself, which isn't cool. But like, I understand that you don't control what your followers do and shit like that. And I'm sure you wouldn't condone anyone doing that, just like I wouldn't condone anybody like telling you the same. And but yeah, just don't be so butthurt. But pause, right, Rico? No, don't be so butthurt over Alfred, right? He means well. But let's not start like galvanizing sickos to. That's the problem. These sickos like believe some of this shit. They believe the 30% Meltzer bump that we've chronicled here. They believe all this crazy stuff, right? And so, yeah, I don't know. That was our sicko segment. I hope I did that justice. Did I get owned? Tell me in the poll. If you're on X right now, come in the chat over youtube.com/@ProWrestleClips. Let me know who won, Rico or Phil. And that was our sicko segment. We've got AEW news to get into, man. Serious AEW news. Some breaking AEW news as well, which we are going to get into. That I am literally bookmarking things on the fly. I'm checking in with chat. Thank you all. Over 400 people tuned in. I hope you're having a great time this evening. I hope you're staying hydrated. And I hope you're doing well. We're going to move on to AEW news. Okay. We're going to do that part and we'll get a nice Tony Khan right there. With the way he says it when he's just freaking out. We're going to look in with chat here. Justin Siller for 5 says, I was downvoted to hell in r/squared circle for liking Alfred's content. Yeah, that's the thing, man. You would be, and this is how you know, I don't want to bring it up, but Reddit's full of sickos overall, just in every area of Reddit. Like, it's just sickos. And it's funny when you see someone like Sap who's like, even I need to get away from there. You know, even sickos will always eat other sickos. They don't give a fuck at the end of the day. It's just all virtue signaling bullshit. And when you live your life that way, you can never live up to the standard. Like, someone can always pull your card. Oh, you said this in 2001. Oh, you know what I mean? Like, you always just get your card pulled. So just don't go that route. But when people pretend like Alfred's doing anything more than just does he not criticize WWE? He does all the fucking time. Watch his little sketches. Okay. Does he put Hurt Business over huge? Yes. Is he going to put whatever the fuck Ricochet's doing over here? No. You know what I mean? Or whatever. I don't even know what he was talking about there. Tony selling for the fucking IWC, right? He's not going to put that over. Just like if Triple H did the same thing, he wouldn't put it over. Okay? And it's the same thing with me, dude. If I do a video that's like Tony Khan fumbled Samoa Joe, it gets way more views. I know that. And people like hearing it who don't like AEW, but the sickos click on it too. Like, the problem is the people who are like, enjoy all wrestling and all this shit, they don't support the shit as loud as they will come to the hate videos just to be like, oh, stop fucking hating. If I make a video, go look at my channel. If I make a video like Triple H, Hulk Hogan admits to lying again, that shit might get 700 views or something. You know what I mean? It takes a few days to crack over 1,000, but so I like, it's all part of the game. It's all part of the show, right? But Squared Circle, the problem with Reddit is that like you just get fucking totally banished for just like saying anything. If you just say something the mod doesn't like, you get totally banished. And it's like, how do people think Reddit's like a free thinking? It's just the most sicko people. It's just all a bunch of bubbles. The bubble paradox existing in one bubble. George Capture for 5 says, apparently Collision was cut short tonight for no reason. Chad has informed me. Well, I've informed me, George. I watched it happen live myself. I watched it with mine own 2 eyes happen, and I was confused for a second because I just put Collision on not shortly before that. And I have clips, I have reaction, I have AEW's reaction. As I was talking about Rico there, I was actually doing some production work as well, because Phil Marks wears many hats here at PWT. In fact, all the hats. So make like George, send a super chat in, join my Patreon, become a member, gift a membership, something like that. Round of applause for everybody here tonight. And we are going to get into some AEW news. But first, joining us on the show, because I don't even know if we're at 100 likes or not, over at youtube.com/@ProWrestleClips. I'm checking right now as my voice possibly echoed there. We're at 107. You guys crushed it. And in celebration, joining us on the show, ladies and gentlemen, Chris Jericho.
I look and see it's not just me. So many others have stood where I stand. We are the young, so raise your hand. They call us problem child. We spent our lives on trial. We walk an endless mile. We are the youth gone wild. We stand and we won't fall. We're one and one for all. The writing's on the wall. We are the youth gone wild. Let me get wild. Yay!
There we go. Brady Mac for 5 says, cool is uncool, uncool is cool. Those rappers Cuervo use common sense. 30%. There is more than meets the eye. The best guy is Brian. Holy shit, you just hit me with like an amalgamation of all of my fucking Meltzerisms. You know what I mean? Cool is uncool. Uncool is cool. Those rappers Cuervo use common sense. 30%. Decepticons, Brian. Hilarious. We're going to get into some Dave tonight, too.
The best guys, Tony Khan.
Right? We just got through Sickos, man. We haven't even done standard news. We're like 3 hours in. What a mega show, guys. I appreciate you all. You're amazing. Okay, so, guys, let's get an Ichi Nissan Da for AEW news. So we were just speaking about it a moment ago in our Sicko segment. Tony Khan immediately saw and responded to the negative fan response on Twitter with regards to Mina Shirakawa's new theme song and has changed it back to the original theme song. So in the middle of the fucking show, this guy, Willie Beeman, says, we need Mina old theme back, boss. I'm trying to vibe. And then Tony's like, I already switched it back. Calling him boss, too? This is full on cuckatooery, guys. Like, what's going on? I already switched it back. And then this guy goes, did TK check Twitter to see everyone raging on the Mina theme and decide to change it back on the fly? And then Tony goes, yeah, I did. I already switched it back. Yeah, he responds. So Tony saw people freaking out, like the handful of sickos, the niche sicko group of the sickos. And you folded to that. Imagine you're Mina and you worked on that dance and shit, and then middle of the match, the music's different, and you go, oh, I wonder if production fucked up. Then you get backstage and Tony's like, well, you were great, but, we're going to switch it back because at Shibreva and Willie Beeman __ said, they're trying to vibe. What the fuck? And then Mina next week is like, okay, I don't get to do my dance and my new music that I picked out and I like. Well, in WWE, yeah, we're not talking about that. We know Def Rebel sucks. Yep. We know fucking AEW, okay? Tony, what are you doing? Answering the sickos mid fucking show. Crazy. Osprey had this to say about the C2. He goes, bruv, tournaments are the heart of pro wrestling, bruv. It gives people opportunities, bruv, to climb up the card with shocking wins. Love to see an AEW do a King of Trios Tag League, Women's Continental Classic, or Cruiserweight Junior Cup. This is a playground, man. These guys don't want they don't want wrestling to like thrive. Do you know what I mean? I don't get it. Like, they don't want AEW to thrive, not wrestling in general, just AEW. They don't want AEW to thrive whatsoever. I swear to God, because the tournaments aren't helping. None of this shit's helping. So yes, people can get shocking wins. I would like to see a tag league tournament too. I've been calling for one for WWE to do one with the women though. Every year. I think that'd be better than having like a year-round women's tag division with these meaningless fucking belts. But either way, dude, I just don't know if these people have Tony and AEW's best interest in mind. They just seem to largely have their own best interest. So Lucha Blog had this to say. He was chronicling some Tony Khan stuff, and ROH match 1. He's just chronicling ROH, and then Tony Khan comes out to talk, right? And Lucha Blog's like, I love the Lucha Libre Collision match 2, Anna Jay versus Megan Bayne, Steve McMichael tribute. So he was in the house. Collision match 3. He's listing it all, and then he has this to say about TK. He goes, TK comes out to thank all 4 men and plug the residency. Also, they need to fill while cleaning up. Collision match 6 goes down. Okay. And then Tony comes out again talking about his fandom of CMLL. So he's coming out multiple times during these tapings as they finish switching over the buckles, okay? And then Lucha Blog says TK's really running out of stuff to talk about. And then Tony Khan goes, this is a reference to me shouting out the fantastic decades of work by the Cubs fan. Lucha Blog. Crazy, bro, that he even responds to Lucha Blog. Like trying to bury Lucha Blog or what? This is a reference, by the way, to be shouting out how fantastic and great the Cubs fans are, saying I had run out of shit. Yeah, Tony, that's called like the cheap pop. You shout out the fucking local team and their fans, right? Like that's what he means. You're now in cheap pop territory because you're running out of shit to say. Tony, you don't really get like the wrestling business side of like the performing aspect of any of it. I really think you're just out of touch with that aspect of it. And so I just wouldn't you just look stupid there. I'm sorry. Tony looked very stupid there. Willow Nightingale has re-signed with AEW on a multi-year deal. Good for her, man. Good for her. She's probably getting paid shitloads of money. In WWE, she'd have to grind her way back up. She has many accolades in AEW, and people, if she goes to WWE, she already gets the Bayley comparisons, and I don't like that they make her go super hardcore and shit. I think her being like the smiley, toily, is that the right word? Just like the everyone clap with me and giving the kids hugs, and then I can fire up and get serious. That's the way to book her. And we haven't seen, like, the problem with Willow, though, is that the hype's sort of gone now. To like, they had her, they were building her up. She's getting wins. She's on Dark Elevation. She's on Rampage. She's on all the shows. She's getting wins. She's getting involved in storylines. And then they just don't pull the trigger on her. Like, put the world fucking title on her and have her, like, get this whole, just have her smiling and kissing babies and hugging kids and selling merch and shit. Like, I don't get it. There's just a huge disconnect as well with like when to pull the trigger on people. It's like Tony sees something hot, then he goes, I know, let me fantasy book it my way in 6 months. We'll do this. It's like, dude, no, just pull the trigger sometimes. So Gabe Kidd debuted in AEW. My whole reaction to that cage match is up on YouTube. My live reaction. right? Where I call the whole match and I react to Gabe Kidd's debut and the whole schmoz at the end of the cage match and all of that. But the Japanese community of wrestling fans, they consider this truly sellout behavior. Like the way Gabe Kidd and AEW, because AEW was on his trashing AEW shit. That's when it's okay. Again, I've chronicled it here, unlike any other. When you are cool with Tony and he thinks, like, Moxley's allowed to say everything Punk said at that press conference. He's allowed to say that in his vignette work shoots because Moxley makes Tony think it's his idea, and he's worked into thinking that it's, you know, part of the show and all that, blah, blah, blah. And same with Gabe Kidd and Kenny. You know, Kenny called Tony Khan and was like, Tony, he's going to shoot on you and you're going to love it. Right? And then Gabe Kidd shows up. We knew he showed up in Maple Leaf Pro. So I said it. I was like, yeah, he's likely. This is a sign he'll be in AEW. He shows up. Whether he's signed there or not, I don't know. But Gabe Kidd, man, it's treacherous to the New Japan people, like fans, the way he's positioned himself. And I'm going to have somebody on to talk about this stuff next week on PWT Podcast. Someone in particular, and who's, you know, more deep in the New Japan stuff, and who wasn't very impressed by Gabe Kidd's debut in AEW for great reasons, right? Which we'll get into that show. But this is what the Japanese fans thought about it, right? No one will believe him if he shouts, I love New Japan from now on. It's pro wrestling, so it's fine, but AEW is the one who does the most disappointing things. It was the same with IWGP last year when Moxley was the champion. Anyway, AEW is the one who disappoints New Japan fans. Now, guys, we've chronicled it here. They did back-to-back shows in the same building. New Japan, and then the next night or the night before, I forget which order, it was AEW versus New Japan with like all the same New Japan guys plus the AEW guys. Just the Nuge guys outdrew the AEW show, crossover show. Period, man. The Japanese fans are rejecting AEW too. It's just the truth. And then this guy said, I thought you said you weren't going anywhere. This guy said, what is New Japan love? Right? Maybe AEW next year and Gabe will continue to shout about his love for AEW. See, now they're roasting him. Like, yeah, maybe next year he'll go there and yell about how much he loves AEW. Like, no one will believe him anymore, and no one believes this whole, I love New Japan shit, and I called it before anybody. Go back and listen to me covering all the shit, because I can psychoanalyze Tony Khan. I can psychoanalyze some of these motherfuckers. That's why they don't like me, and I'm telling you. It's not just my keen Mickey Mouse impression, okay? I'm telling you, dude. Gabe Kidd and Tony were in on that shit together where he's going to trash Kenny and trash AEW. And that's why Tony allowed Kenny to do the work shoot. Did they get in a real fight? The cameras weren't even on. Remember they worked that angle? Why wouldn't you make Kenny do that in your company? Kenny's big return to wrestling was in New Japan, not even in fucking AEW, like on a Dynamite or anything. It's fucking crazy, man. Or like one of their pay-per-views, and it's because he was worked into thinking like he was in on the whole thing, and he was getting Gabe Kidd down the line, and he knew that. And he knows that about all these New Japan guys, and that's what people say when they say Tony, or what they mean rather when they say Tony Khan gutted New Japan. He gutted it, and he knew all the people he's taking. And don't be shocked if Naito shows up, but fans aren't happy. You know, there's some anecdotal, I guess, maybe if you want to call it that. Speaking of Ricochet, so he responds. So, like, we get some confirmation. I don't know why this is in AEW news. It should have been in Sickos. But Team YouTube responded to Samantha Irvin and said, thanks for your patience here while our team was investigating. So this is what YouTube says. Wording is everything. They didn't say you were shadow banned. I promise. And I'm going to explain why. But they say confirming that this was not working as it should, and we fixed the issue. Your video should be showing up normally in search now. It always was. We confirmed it. Everybody searched it. It showed up normal. Getting shadow banned on YouTube doesn't explain 8K Spotify. Now, Ricochet goes, remember when you idiots thought she was lying about being shadow banned? Right. Explain the Spotify numbers. I'm going to explain something right now. There's racist AI songs that people have made that have millions of views on YouTube and shit. Now, I'll explain this a little bit from a YouTube thing, but perspective, right? YouTube didn't just cop to. What they confirmed is that this was not working as it should. What does that even mean, bro? That doesn't mean shit. They didn't just cop to shadow banning her music, or else every right-wing grifter podcaster's got a fucking lawsuit on their hands. You guys know what I'm saying? Like, if they just admitted to shadow banning over this wrestler's song that didn't do good on Spotify either, what's the Apple Music plays? We can look that up too, right? So we're not going to sit here and pretend it was like shadow banned. But here's where I'll give her this, and we talked about this a little bit before. But I said it was still the first thing when anyone searched that doesn't explain 8K Spotify plays. If it was shadow banning, YouTube just admitted to doing that publicly, and now every right wing, yeah. So I tweeted this out, or the song just didn't pop and they're being nice. Here's the other thing, and I'll give her this, and I wrote this. If anything, and I'll give her this, being called the bomb is likely to set up all types of unwarranted triggers by YouTube. So if you write, for instance, I made a video about Cena getting hit with a bottle. I mean, I'm like, yeah, I think it could be suppressed when there's violent stuff, when it's like this guy shoots on this guy. I don't put that in my titles because I know what that process is going to be like. There's going to, I'm going to have to talk to people until they go, oh, when this channel shoots, don't suppress their video. You guys get what I'm saying? Like yes, violence and guns and maybe the bomb. I'll give her that. Maybe it flagged something and so they suppressed her video. I'll give maybe that, but there's no copping to shadow banning here or whatever. And Ricochet knows that again. He's just healing, jumping, doing what he knows will get people to react to it. But that's good shit. Good for her if it's getting more views now, but we'll check back in a month. And when it doesn't, when the views are still at not much more than what they're at now, dude, I mean, what's going to be, well, it got shadow banned at first. Okay, let's see the next single then. It's hard to pop off. See, back in the day as well, getting a music video to blow up was the way to go. And I'm just telling you guys this from just working in and around the digital marketing thing. That getting a music video to blow up and go viral isn't the way to go. That used to be the last one to do that was like Bobby Shmurda. I think his video blew up and then everyone knew who he was. Or no, Lil Nas X. No, his shit went viral first. Yeah, and then he made the videos and stuff. So there you go. I'm trying to think of an artist like who really had a video that went, oh, this is viral now because the video. That's not what you need to focus on. Get people listening to you on Spotify. 1 million listeners if you're making music. 1 million listeners on Spotify. Okay, about 100,000 of them will go watch your music videos on YouTube. Music videos, like, unless you're doing content creation, like I'm going to vlog, film my tour, drop music videos. Unless you're like Jake Paul, that's not the move. You don't promote videos on World Star anymore like you guys did. You don't do that. That's such like a 10-year-old thing to do. Anyways, so Tony Khan about last week's Dynamite said, thank you all who watched Wednesday Night Dynamite Beach Break last night. The most watched Dynamite of 2025. Most viewers on TBS networks in September, which was before we added Stream on Max audience. So this is their highest number since before they added the Stream on Max audience. Most important, it was a great Dynamite. See you Saturday. 682K was the most watched AEW of 2025. Go back to the beginning when they had like 1.2 milli watching them. And people are trying to say it's over 1 million. They're trying to say over NBA numbers on Max. It's just completely false, man. It's that simple. They don't do over NBA numbers on Max. Is there maybe tens of thousands who might watch them on Max? For sure. I wouldn't be shocked if that came out. But when we start talking 100,000 to 500,000 extra people, you're talking about LeBron James doesn't pull those numbers on Max. So it's not real. It's not true. And Dave is to blame for this bullshit to add 30%. It's literally the dumbest, most disgusting fucking thing. how that spread. So Jim Ross on Inside the Ropes. So here's the things. Now, guys, tell me if this is anything you really knew that he's ever said before. Jim Ross on Inside the Ropes. He's not shocked Cody Rhodes left AEW because Cody Rhodes could actually realize his potential in WWE. That's his words. He's in AEW to get his money. That's his words, verbatim. I should have fucking got the clip queued up. I really should have, but he says he goes, oh, and I'm not knocking AEW. They pay me well. And I'm getting my money. And the crowd applauds him for it. That's exactly how he says it. He repeats it twice. They pay me well. Go watch the clip. It's on Inside the Ropes. Jack Perry was scared shitless of CM Punk, or at least maybe I could add context. Jim Ross said it this way, and that Jack Perry was scared shitless of CM Punk, wasn't he? You got to imagine that Jack. So the way he said it, okay, sorry. Maybe he was implying he thought that Jack Perry was scared shitless. I think we all agree Jack was scared shitless. And then he said Punk should have waited until after the event to scrap with Perry. And he was like, you should have waited till after. Like, what do you got to prove you're a tough guy now? Like, what the fuck? So I don't know. I don't think. But speaking of Jim Ross, an hour later, you fucking sickos, he tweeted out, diagnosed this week with colon cancer, surgery being scheduled in the next week or two. I appreciate your concern or support. I was one of the first people under there, by the way, saying fucking God bless you, man. Prayers and best energies. Right? But the GOAT, and I just pray, man, this guy has. Listen, I'm just going to put it. I'm going to be optimistic. He's caught and beaten cancer, I think, a couple times already. By God, he's gonna break it in half again. Okay, he's gonna fucking destroy this cancer again, and he's got this shit in the bag. Okay. Here is the Virtuosa arguing with Sickos. Maybe this should have been in Sickos, but she posts a picture. And then this guy, Zen Griselda, goes, when am I going to see you on AEW again? And then her response is, see that belt on my shoulder? Watch me there. No, the problem is he doesn't know what the fuck that belt is. That's the problem. And now you're just relegated to fucking see that belt on my shoulder? Watch me there. This is a video of her in Impact. So you want him to watch TNA Impact? Or do you mean, is this a Ring of Honor belt? There wasn't a current video of that? Why? No one watches Honor Club, dude. You got stuck down. He wants to see you in AEW. He doesn't want to watch Ring of Honor. If he wanted to watch Ring of Honor, he would have 7 years ago when, see that belt on my shoulder. That's a picture of her from Impact Wrestling, dude. She might have botched. Yeah, so here's Ricochet owning PWT in the PWT universe, right? He smashed our knees to obliviacry.
Smashed your knee to obliviacry.
And so AEW TBS champion. Sorry, give me a second here, guys. Oh, I'm refreshing. There we go. Yeah, it's wrong tab. AEW TBS champion. Where is it? We lost our spot. It's okay. I had to really clear this shit out. AEW TBS champion Mercedes Monea says she is the Beyonce of wrestling. The Beyonce of wrestling. Well, last I checked, Beyonce was still a draw. Oh, wrong shit. I meant to hit bottoms, right? Because Beyonce left hip-hop, went to country, so there's a joke there. Last I checked, when Beyonce left and went to the new... I'm a hack, guys, so we know. She still drew in country. No, there's something there about drawing in AEW and drawing. I don't know. Someone piece it together. It's been a long show. But yeah, she's the Beyonce of wrestling, I guess. Production meetings matter. Now, I don't know if this was necessarily a bot. People were praising this, saying like this was a cool segue on Dynamite for MVP to pitch to the audience like, hey, man, don't go anywhere. MJF's coming right back. They're coming out next, so you don't want to touch that dial. Chat, let me know what you think.
And now with that, wait. Now I'm getting a signal from a producer over here that we got 30 seconds to commercial break. So I want to tell all of you that are watching at home, please join us because MJF will be joining us after the break. And now with that, wait. Now I'm getting a
I don't think that was a botch. I think that was MVP seeing that, just getting the signal 30 seconds and him just freestyle. Hey, let's break the fourth wall. Let's do something interesting instead of just like they ran through the script and whatever. You know, you got to call it on the fly sometimes in wrestling, folks. Tony Khan changed Mina Shirakawa's AEW theme music back immediately after he saw negative feedback to her entrance on tonight's Dynamite. We talked about that. We'll talk about that a little bit more, I guess. Ricochet has praised AEW for allowing him to be himself and flow creatively. And he tells Battleground Podcast, just being able to creatively let me flow and be myself, being able to show the world myself, my character, AEW has allowed that. They've allowed me to go out there and try things, whether it works or it doesn't work. They let me go out there and open up creatively, which is honestly the reason we got into it. The creativeness, it's an art form that we live for. I've lived my whole life basically doing this. Being able to be myself is awesome. It's been great to agitate. Yeah, dude, just you don't want to cross over into the go away heat territory to where you start to go babyface and they just completely and utterly reject you. But I want you guys to understand something. He doesn't give a fuck about WWE. He doesn't care if AEW closes down tomorrow either. If it closes down tomorrow, he still gets his money and he will just go do dates in like other companies. You think he couldn't go sign to TNA? And he's made enough money. He's a multimillionaire. If he's been smart with his money, he's couple million, you know, probably at least if he's been smart with his money, you know, over the years, which he likely has. And so when he's like, fuck WWE, I hate WWE, it doesn't really matter. He doesn't give a shit. And it doesn't matter. He's already been there, did that for like how many years? 7, a decade close to. So however many years he was there. And so he doesn't care because let's say this is the last contract he ever signs. He's locked in. Like he probably made enough money on this deal to not even have to work again if he's smart with his money. So why would he give a fuck? Of course he doesn't care if like it's just go away heat from WWE fans. He'll just cater and do what he has to do and he can go get booked in Japan if he's like, oh, I need a quick, I don't know what his rate would be, you know, but I need some thousands of dollars here. I need spending money. I'll go take a date over here. Like we're talking in a hypothetical world where if AEW went out of business and then people are like, haha, what are you going to crawl back to WWE? No, he wouldn't have to. He's already put in his time there and shit. He made enough money. So that's why he's so ruthless and doesn't give a fuck. You know, like some people were saying to me, they're like, man, Phil, it's crazy he came after you because you actually, in fairness, are one of the people who's put him over. Because guys, remember, go back on PWT. I was like, listen, I don't want to hear any wackos going, oh, Ricochet doesn't draw ratings because we never expected him to draw ratings for WWE. You know what I mean? That was never in the discussion. He's the guy who comes out, does the flippy crazy match, and we all go, ooh, to break up everything else. You know, that was sort of Ricochet's role for a long time. And so I was like, that's what he's going to go do in AEW. And he's done much more than that. And I put him over tremendously as far as like, you know, he is an interesting character. He's at least done work. Like he's at least gone out there and did what he said he was going to do. And he didn't just become one of the lost toys. He's in the mix like every show. He's on every show, right? Tony loves this guy. And he is showing a different side of himself. So he did what he said he was going to do. He did. He isn't just a guy lost in the shuffle like we all thought he would be. So good on him, good for him, but I need the IWC to understand he does not give a fuck about any of that. He doesn't care that I put him over. He doesn't give a shit if JD's complimented him in the past. He doesn't care if WWE fans hate him and they never want him back. He doesn't give one shit about any of that, you know, which is his prerogative. And he's got fuck you money, as the kids say. That's my belief anyways, too. Like if he's smart with his money, he should have fuck you money. But by this point, in which case, you know, you crushed. So speaking of Ricochet, Alfred Kunawa snapped after the whole he went full Tom Petty here after the whole debacle with Ricochet. I don't know if he had these already made or if he whipped these up in a frenzy or what, but shout out my guy Alfred Kanoa. He's presenting to us here, if you haven't seen this. Here are 10 bald wrestlers who are better at promos than Twitter Ricky.
10 bald wrestlers who cut a better promo than Ricochet. Dax Harwood, who's a better promo in ring and on Twitter. He even has his own meme. Like most sensitive bald wrestlers, FTR Bald.
Got Alfie Blood on socials, no.
Me too, brother.
Ryback. Yes, that Ryback. Ryback had a whole catchphrase.
Is Ryback better than Ricochet on the stick? Holy shit, man. Oh my God. Alfred just went, all right, fuck you then. I'm going to do what I do.
His catchphrase is a plagiarized Jada laugh. Peak Angle.
Yeah!
Hulk Hogan. No, not Terry Bollea. The Hulk Hogan character. 2019 Triple H when he was all like,
He will buy that pissant company just to fire you again.
2019 Batista when he was all like,
Give me what I want.
Give me what I want is also what Ricochet said the last time he went to Turkey. Kane, who unmasked on my birthday, June 23rd, 2003, which means Ricochet was right. I'm a cancer.
I didn't watch these before. I just bookmarked them and I was like, I'm going to react to them on the show. Fuck, man.
MJF, pre-Turkey. John Cena, pre-Turkey. Stone Cold Steve Austin, famous for opening a can of whoop ass, whereas Ricochet's ass is famous for this joke about Twitter Ricky's rear end has been banned by the U.S. Department of...
Oh my God, dude, he fucking went there.
Yeah.
And that's the thing you can't ever like live down when you want to like pull this shit on people. And then, you know, Alfred's going to do this, make his shorts and make them all fucking right. He doesn't have the following. So Alfred's like, all right, I'm just going to do what I do. And this thing's going to go viral. Fuck, man.
King Shaming. Don't loop this video. I ain't done yet. You loop the video when I say you loop the video. It's way more than 10 bald wrestlers who are better.
He didn't end it. There's more than 10.
Better promo than Twitter Ricky. Bobby Lashley is a better promo than Twitter Ricky. So is Shelton Benjamin. Jadakiss isn't a wrestler, but he's bald and a better rapper. So fuck it. Jada is a better promo than Twitter Ricky. Stay tuned for my next video about this balding ballerina only on Pro Wrestling Bits. Subscribe in Mulatto. Promo than Twitter Ricky. Goldberg is a better promo than Twitter Ricky.
Oh, so we're subscribing in Mulatto now? So it was subscribe in Swahili, then it was don't subscribe in Swahili. Now it's subscribe in Mulatto. It's hard to keep up with the gimmick changes here, Alfred.
Gilbert is a better promo than Twitter.
Gilbert, he says.
Ricky Nickel.
Oh my God, Gilbert. He went to Gilbert. So he follows it up. And Alfred says, okay, I'm tired of talking about Twitter Ricky. Let's change the subject. Here's 5 bald wrestlers more bitter than Ricochet.
5 bald wrestlers more bitter than Ricochet. Number 5, Ole Anderson, R.I.P. Ole had so many enemies, you might as well call him Oppie Anderson. Vince McMahon.
Oppie Anderson.
And changed Mr. Anderson's name to Mr. Kennedy because he hated Ole. Ole's good in my book, though, because that man violated Dave Meltzer on his own shit, and I'll always love him for that. Number 4, Ryback. Kind of the ultimate warrior of his generation, where at one point he...
Yeah, it's kind of a good comparison, kind of.
Seemed like the heir apparent to John Cena before he came crashing down. And now he makes a living crashing out. Having said that, Ryback has built a huge following on TikTok and has a respectable career post-wrestling. Can't be bitter at that. Number 3, superstar Billy Graham, R.I.P. As influential as it gets in wrestling, but every bit as bitter in his shoot promos about the business. And given how the rug was pulled from under him despite being white hot and how many wrestlers copied him to get over, I don't blame him. Number 2, God, this is hard. I mean, Stone Cold Steve Austin was pretty bitter when he walked out on WWE, but I'm on Steve's side. Why would he do the job to Brock Lesnar on free TV with no build? I mean, I love Bret Hart, and he made bitter shoot promos into an art form, but Bret still has a full head of hair to this day, so he don't count. I mean, are there 5 wrestlers more bitter than Twitter Ricky? No? So Bitter Ricky is on the bitter bald Mount Rushmore. So like a bitter Mount Baldy. Okay, loop the video because these are...
God damn. Yeah, you don't want to get into like a verbal joust with Alfie, you know? When he's like, no, I'll actually... Well, I don't know. Ricochet's good on the stick, too. I'd love to see them go at it. But I don't know why Ricochet did that, like just saying this guy's a cancer. Like, I just wonder if that's him just trying to work people into a frenzy and get all this attention. Like everyone's talking about Ricochet. We talked about him this whole fucking show, it seems like. So this guy, Alec Hugill Illustration, said, sadly, my time on the AEW merch team ended last week. It's been such a pleasure getting to design 50 plus tees for them over the last 8 months. I did want to say a huge thanks to the PWT's gimmick infringement team. Very grateful for the opportunity. And so let's look at some of the ones he created. This guy was making the shirts, I guess, that didn't look like AI generated art. Why would you let go of this guy? Like, some of these aren't that bad. Like, that's actually a pretty decent mock shirt. That one's decent as well. The Protostar one, the Murder Machines. I mean, that does look pretty cool, actually. The Murder Machines one, the Beast Mortis. Some of them are like there's a lot going on where it's like you could simplify it a bit. Danhausen, that one looks sick. That Cope one looks pretty sick. That Omega one looks pretty sick too. So the guy who doesn't make the AI generated art, they fucking fired. I'm not laughing at the guy losing his job. I'm just laughing at, you guys know what I'm
The best guys, Tony Khan.
How do you fuck that up too? You know? Jesus Christ. This would be the guy you keep. So here's Harley Cameron and Anna Jay just doing their thing, man. Again, Harley Cameron needs a YouTube channel. She'd have 1 million subs and her shorts would go more viral. And she would make shitloads of money. Maybe she just really likes getting in the ring. Who knows?
Anna, I wrote you a little song to inspire you for tonight. It's called Anna versus the Megas, but Anna wins. Yeah. Tonight, Anna Jay, you will go all the way with the Megasis. You will slay. Yeah, like that. Penelope for you through the day. Don't worry, Anna, I'll keep her at bay. On the ground, the Megasis stays, and Anna, your fat ass will heavily weigh. Anna!
I think I'm just gonna choke the bitch out.
That works too. Let's go!
They're a great pair too. I'm glad they figured this out, but Tony's so like, Harley, you go here. He's like her Orange Cassidy. Well, you go with them, and then you go with them, and then you're with them now. They're over there now. Oh, see, I did it. Right? But I'm glad Harley and Anna are together. They do make a good pairing. Definitely. And shout out Harley Cameron. So I'm going to check in with chat because we have big news from tonight's collision, and I watched it happen with my own eyes. But I want to check in with chat first. We're breaking the segments up into segments on this very long PWT. Mylan Kilo Hembry for 5. What were you trying to say in chat? You accidentally hit it before you typed, unless you're just trying to support, in which case, thank you very much for supporting PWT. I appreciate it very much. I'm scrolling through chat trying to find if your question or something was in there or whatever you wanted to say. Just write it again if you're still listening, and I'll read whatever you want to say. Thank you very much. Time cop. Chat, what was said? What was that gentleman trying to ask me? Unless he just forgot. But yeah, we have some more AEW news. I'm going to check in with chat. She was Harley Graham, Hollow Cameron for a couple weeks because, yeah, it's just like the Orange Cassidy thing. You know? So, sorry, I just wanted to make sure I didn't miss this gentleman's chat. That's all. I feel bad if that one there. Guys, no, I don't see anything. Just supporting. Okay. Let me know if you're still in chat and got something here. Okay, so let me check out new comments. Ricochet was part of Freakoff's Wally. I couldn't find anything. That's okay. Lowell Justino. She was Harley Graham. Yeah, exactly. Chelsea and Harley would be a good gold. Would be gold. Yeah, maybe. They're good by themselves too. Like Harley could just do her own thing and feature other people. She's such a powerhouse on her own, you know? Okay, guys. So let's get into this here. During Collision tonight, and I was watching
Best
it.
guys, Tony Khan.
I'm like, oh, I'm missing the tribute or whatever. Let me switch it on. And I'm like, guys, is it TBS or TNT? And you guys are like, it's TNT. I switch it on, and Ric Flair's out there talking, and we're joking about woo-wings and stuff. And then, you know, they're doing the tribute, and then out of nowhere, Black Adam just starts playing. Out of nowhere. And we have reactions to it, footage of it, everything. And we're going to cover it here live on PWT. So Awful Wrestling goes canceled mid-show. And Jason G from the SAT says, nah, AEW down bad. Watch what happened. This is what happened. I saw it, and I was confused, too. I was like, oh, it ended. Was this an overrun almost, or like a half hour? You know, like it's not the top of the hour. What's going on? All of a sudden, Black Adam's on or whatever. And then on the bottom, due to technical difficulties, AEW couldn't. And this is what I mean when we talk about, like, they're the number 2. They're competing. When the fuck has TNA been on and the feed gets knocked out, or a Taco Bell commercial comes on in the middle of a promo, or all of a sudden it gets knocked out and Black Adam just comes on due to technical difficulties? What technical difficulties? And this is how it happened. It just switched to Black Adam. Literally, I'm watching the show. All of a sudden, it just switches to the intro of like the movie title screens there. I don't know, man. Like, what corners are being cut, or who's not prepared, or what? That's all you wonder when this sort of shit happens, like multiple times, man. There's numerous, like where Brody King crashes into the barricade and then all of a sudden the feed's getting knocked out. And it's like, well, what's going on? Is it plugged in right there? Like, what the fuck? So it says on the bottom, AEW Collision is not airing tonight. Please check, whatever. Go to allelitewrestling.com. So they just get like a little ticker to be like, hey, you know, we're not on. Awful's just having a laugh. He's like, this is hilarious. Getting cut off during its broadcast is the funniest shit ever. And so King Gao goes, someone at WBD fucked up bad and cut off Collision at the 90-minute mark for the show, bro. So they just put on a movie. They're like, oh, fuck this. Black Adam. It's Saturday. I'm going home early tonight. You know? Sons of Texas versus CRY. So he misspelt it. Is it cry? Yeah. Cry? You mean crew? You're crying right now, dude, making typos. You mean crew? And Hobbs versus Yuta has yet to air. And yeah, man. Gold's like, I know you've been waiting for this moment for 6 years. Fucking insane. We have more posts about it. JJ Williams from The Observer says a 90-minute episode of Collision this week, apparently. And you just get this screen grab. The event has ended. Este evento ha terminado. Este evento fue encerrado. Encerrado. Did I say the last one right? Encerrado. Not sure. TNT ended AEW Collision early and started playing Black Adam instead. Dead. Right? AIR Gold would be crying about this years ago. This guy, I can't stand scumbags, literally DMs of him asking people, let's just all like each other's tweets for more money. It's like, oh my God, you can never take people like that serious. Flying Brian, C89 says, hopefully the rest is put on YouTube because WB really screwed up. I don't mean to fucking laugh, but like, come on, dude. Come the fuck on. This is craziness, man. Let's see if anybody like put anything funny. You know, I saw it just cut right to Black Adam, like at the 30-minute mark, right? So that's pretty nuts. There's these posts. AEW had to post this. So I'll read it like Excalibur. Due to technical difficulties, AEW Collision Beach Break East Coast airing was cut short. West Coast airing will be unaffected. We will have an on-demand version available on Sports on Max. And now it's Sports on Max. And the TNT app as soon as possible. It's funny because Sports on Max isn't brought up in any of the WBD shit that they're talking about when they're talking about, well, we look at our audience and the content they're focused on and that they really want, and they're talking about it's HBO Max again and all this stuff. They're not bringing up sports or AEW or wrestling or any of that shit whatsoever, right? And the TNT app as soon as possible. We apologize for the inconvenience and appreciate you hanging with us. We are committed to providing you the best wrestling on the planet. We'll take this bump and get on it. Yeah, I don't want to kick them while they're down, but like, come on, why does shit like this keep happening? You know? I feel like if karma was wrong, I don't know if you guys believe in luck or karma or any of that type of shit, then shit like this wouldn't keep happening. Like Taco Bell wouldn't pop up during Jack Perry shit, and because it's not the first time the feed's knocked out, and yes, that happens in pro wrestling, you know. But when's the last time that's happened on a WWE show is what I don't know. Right? Or like even TNA. I'm trying to think. I'm trying to rack my brain if there's more than meets the eye, Brian. Has it happened in TNA? Those who study the business would know about Wagyu beef. Yeah, Max just says. And then Awful's just taking victory laps. HBO Max said, make sure that shit is clear. Put it in 3 languages. So Johnny Bottles, friend of the show, if you guys haven't yet, go and check me out at Squared Circle Maniacs. I did their live stream and they came on the podcast as well. I'll have these gentlemen back on sometime soon in the near future. But Johnny Bottles says, what do you think happened? And Awful says, I think they had a minute-by-minute update on views and were highly pissed. My guess is this was a move by the brass. They cut the feed and had something ready to go. Interesting. What's crazy is they had something ready immediately. Feed got cut, went to this movie. Is it some dude who works like here? Let me take you down a conspiracy theory road. Okay. Let me take conspiracy theory. So is it someone who works there who's like, we gotta just like, how do they just hit the detonate death button? Is it some guy who's like, I gotta go out at Saturday night, let me just fucking hit this now so I can leave or whatever? Like, how does that even work? I don't know how someone fucks that up that bad unless it was like goddamn near intentional. I'm sorry, unless they just programmed everything earlier by mistake. They just programmed it incorrectly. That would be my guess. It's just a programming error, right? I'm not going to go conspiratorial and be like, this guy just said, fuck it, we don't care about AEW here at Warner or whatever. So this happened on the Max feed as well. Oh my word. Yeah, it got cooked, man. I don't mean to laugh, I guess. I don't want to kick anyone when they're down, but that, ladies and gentlemen, was AEW news.
I don't know.
Here's my round of applause for, you know what they say, dude.
Sometimes in life, you got to be a hoe.
So let's check in with chat, okay? And we got WWE news to get to, most certainly, right? As we watch Tony Khan goofball about there. And let me just see what chat's doing over here. I'm trying to look up. Okay, I'll just leave that like that over there. Sounds good. Okay. Just want to get the next segment cooking here for WWE news. See what chat's saying. It's better to kick people when they're down because you don't have to raise your foot as high. I can't wait to see Uncle Dave's in-depth Crack reporting on what happened. Leo Rush runs production because he was cut short. Oh, shit. That deserves a fucking drum. A snare clap. It has been impossible for a long time to defend AEW without self-ponage, but now it is impossible for AEW to exist without self-ponage, yeah. The Rock confirmed to purchase AEW. Yeah, he's like, fuck this, we're playing Black Adam. The movie was probably scheduled for after Collision. Yeah, but then why did it interrupt it mid-Collision? Unless that was intentional or they programmed it unintentionally for like half hour earlier. You know, that's the only way that works. So, final boss pulling some strings. Zaslav finally make an executive decision. Just another bald fraud movie. Okay. Blame TNT. Collision was way better than SmackDown, bro. Come on now. That's funny. Okay. Oilers versus Stars coming your way. That's not tonight, is it, dude? There's no way. Is that tonight? Let me see. Now I'm searching hockey shit, bro. What the fuck is going on during the live show today? No, I don't even think they have it scheduled yet. Okay. You just mean like it's coming down the pipeline. Yeah, it is. Absolutely. Okay, we got some WWE news, chat. As I just sit and hang out and chat you guys up. Chat me up, chat. As we chat about chat. No, Dallas beat Winnipeg in OT, tonight. Oh, okay, sorry. Thank you. You're just informing me. Yeah, I was like, fuck. Like, I didn't see any games posted. Yeah, I guess that makes sense. So Dallas did win. Solid. And then you have the Canes on the other side, and then they're waiting for Florida and Toronto. Did Florida and Toronto go down as well? I've just been busy, doing the show and shit. TNA put on the best show this week. It's probably the extended cut of Black Adam, where Black Adam cuts a 30-minute promo on whomever he's feuding with. Oh, shit. That's funny. Yeah, so hockey brackets. Yeah, chat, you guys into puck or what? I'm pretty excited for my guys. You know what I mean? But we choked in Game 7 against Florida last year. I just hope that doesn't happen again. So that would be incredibly unfortunate. Okay, let me see. You guys ready for WWE news? I got the folder open here. So we're going to do it here. I'm going to end the poll because we stopped talking about it. So over on the Clips channel, I'm ending the poll. Do you think Ricochet pwned Phil Marks? 83% said no. I'm curious. Maybe some people may disagree with that, I guess. But I don't know. It was fun. It was funny. It popped me. Anyway, so let's, people are tuning out. Where the hell 20 people just dipped out? What the fuck's going on, man? Is it because I'm just bibbling and babbling? I just like to check in with chat sometimes, see what everybody's doing. So AEW Dynamite, 682,000. NXT, 664,000. Finally, Dynamite. Or did I hit a breaking news? Finally. Dynamite pulled out a victory, I guess, if you want to put it that way. Again, kudos to Samoa Joe. That's your draw. That's why that happened. I'm just being honest. The show overall wasn't that great. Like, it was a solid show, I guess, but they just overdid. Like, the wrestling and shit was solid. They timed shit well. I thought that the Ricochet match was timed well. I did enjoy the tag match. I know people are shitting on it, but I did enjoy the opening. I did tell everyone on the air, though, I was like, it might have went long for you all, but like, I'm kind of talking while I'm watching, so it kind of flew by for me because I'm cracking jokes, having fun. So either way, I digress. the rating is what it is. But I hate the gaslighting where people are like, yeah, and this show was just really good and it was better. It's like, man, no, you booked Joe. People want him to be world champion so bad. See the fucking writing on the wall for what it is. Okay. But they did 682K. So good for them. They beat NXT. Bickety bang. The Rock has lost. Speaking of The Rock, he's lost 5 million Instagram followers. And Aaron Loves Wrestling says this is what happens when you mess with professional wrestling and disrespect the business. That's a fucking cringe take, Aaron Loves Wrestling. I got to be completely honest, dude. He didn't lose 5 million. What they do is they purge bots, okay? And they've been doing a lot of bot purging on a lot of social medias, especially lately as well. And I'm not saying he didn't lose wrestling fans, but you really think 5 million people, I don't know, 5 million people watch Raw. That means everybody who watches Raw globally every week unfollowed him? Fuck no, bro. What are you talking about? If he showed up, they'd get a boost in the ratings, you know? So, yeah, man. What they do is they purge bots, and sometimes people will see that too. Like, you might lose, you might be like, oh shit, I lost 15 subs one day or followers or whatever. What happened? Why would I just lose that chunk? Likely they just cleared up the thought bots that were following you. You know, that happens lots. So it wouldn't shock me if it was mostly that, because a lot of these celebrities use bots to boost up their shit anyways. You know, they do it with music sales and everything these days. Social media numbers are so just wonky and fucked in general. You know what I mean? Like, overall across the internet, everyone has their ways of just manipulating this shit anyways, really. But Matt Cardona spoke to Giga Chad Van Vliet and said he's surprised that he hasn't been re-signed with WWE. When asked, I've reached out a few times. There's been no offer. So he's reaching out and getting denied, which sucks, because it's like, damn, I did want to see him come back too, but this is pretty fucked up. They're like, nah, we'll have Malachi, but he's been reaching out a few times, and they're like, nah, no Cardona, but yeah, we'll take Malachi and Rusev back and shit, you know?
And if we're being honest here, are you surprised you haven't been re-signed?
Honestly, yeah. But obviously, you know, I'm missing something. I don't know what it is. Listen, people say to me all the time, especially like we just had WrestleMania, WrestleCon. Thousands of people at WrestleCon. Probably every other fan, if not every fan. When are you coming back? Well,
ARW metrics are going up. Spin on, yeah, all retard wrestling, or what? Is that your Fed? Is that like your name, or is that like what you do?
Are you sure about that?
No, come on, man. Let's get real here, okay? You spell AEW wrong. They're not up in every metric, right? Their next Dynamite hasn't even drawn 12, hasn't sold 1,100 tickets. It's the next one or the one after, right? What they have is Samoa Joe, and they're not smart enough to run with Samoa Joe, okay? The Moxley shit, we went over this, is losing them fucking viewers. They're hemorrhaging them. So last week got a boost in the ratings because Samoa fucking Joe. It's what it is. It's just the God's honest truth. But in WWE news, Matt Cardona, he has reached out multiple times to WWE. They haven't got back to him. Let's continue along.
Well, it's up to me, you know, or at the WrestleMania hotel. Thanks, Chelsea, for letting me stay in a hotel room for free. You know, all save me some money. Thanks, man.
Found Blue, right?
Yeah, great hotel.
Beautiful.
Great steakhouse, too. But so many people from the office or other wrestlers like, hey, man, when are you coming back? It's like, I don't know. You know, I've reached out many times. I shouldn't say many, a few times. Every couple of months when something cool happens or I have something to say, hey, look what I'm doing. There's been no offer. So
do they write you back?
Of course, yeah. But there's no offer. Everything's very nice, professional, but there's no offer. And you know what? It is what it is. I'm going to keep working my ass off.
What if they said, we'd love for you to do a one-off spot at the Rumble, but you got to be Zack Ryder?
I've had gear ready every single year.
Okay.
Damn. See, that might be, that's good that he's always ready. You know, that's the gimmick. But they smell that. Well, I don't know. I just want to say, like, the people who don't seem as eager. You know, you seem eager to come back and they don't want you, right? You know, let them think that they don't want you, then they want you. You know what I mean? that makes any sense. That might be stupid, but either way, good interview, and Cardona's optimistic about it, smile on his face. Some people, again, were trashing Cardona, though. Like, you're just this indie guy and all this shit. And I don't know. I just think to them, he will come back as Zack Ryder, even though he said before, I have to come back as Matt Cardona. So thank you, Chris Van Vliet, for asking that question, because the office probably doesn't know that you're down to, or maybe if he's saying he met with them and met with Nick Khan and they bought him steak and paid for his flight and hotel and shit, maybe he did say, yeah, I'll come back as Zack Ryder. But it's unfortunate if they don't have interest in him right now, especially when you think about a guy who like kind of knows how to go viral or get over compared to like an Aleister Black or a Miro. They bring them back. Craziness. But Miro, you got to remember too, he was like early on when NXT, when it like first changed, he was like early Triple H guy. Maybe. I don't know if that's true at all, but he was there early on when it changed though, to where Triple H made it like did he compete on the competition show? Actually, he might have been there like in the last one of those or whatever, right? But when it changed, I think he was there. I think they just called him Alexander Rusev, right? And I think he wore like fur and shit. Maybe I'm wrong about that. But anyways, Zack Ryder, he knows how to get over. He's a little bit older. But I think he can still go. And who knows, man? Maybe they just don't see a spot for him and they know like, okay, we're going to have to pay you a lot. And then like what, but then you could say the same about Miro or Aleister. But is Matt Cardona worth more than those other dudes? I don't know, man. It remains to be seen. It's crazy. All we know is that WWE seemingly doesn't want him. So if I'm him, just keep working with TNA, doing your thing, try and get back there. I don't know. I don't know what else to say. He's going to be U.S. champ again. Speaking of U.S. champ, Zelina Vega said, I didn't know until like maybe 3 hours before the show started. So yeah, I had no idea. So the long-term storytelling from the coach, he had this to say about WWE. The long-term storytelling has never been better. How is this possible? And what kind of heat must the most entertaining person on the roster, Chelsea Green, must have? See, I keep hearing this shit that Chelsea Green, there's heat on her. People have heat. And it's like, what the fuck? Everybody loves her. I've never heard anybody come out and go, there's heat. It's just always pundits going, there's fucking heat on her. I wonder if there's heat. Why would they do this? I don't know, man. I think she's upgrading to like Money in the Bank world champion level now. Finally, gonna get a run like that. So, and then she can be in that conversation for a while. That's all. She's carried the mid-upper, mid-lower for how long now? Even goes to NXT. Carrying it, like can show up on any show and you're like, nice, Chelsea Green. So, I don't know, man. I don't know what the coach is talking about. I've heard this other places. Chelsea Green must have heat. It's like, no, there's no way that's the case. But no offense to Zelina, but this is a perfect example of what we talk about all the time on the Coach and Bro show. Got a mini marks running. Long-term storytelling is what the business is built on. And then he tags Vince Russo. Yeah, it is long-term. I don't get like what the long-term story is there when it comes to Zelina winning, or is he saying this is like them moving away from the long-term storytelling by pulling the trigger on Zelina? I'm not quite sure if he's being critical of that or not, but either way, if Zelina's transitional, don't be shocked. Again, I've been critical of it too. I just think I don't know, man. Zelina kind of bores me a bit and shit. And then this is what I don't like too. On SmackDown, I didn't review it, but this show's been extra long, so I'll just talk about it as we do news. But what they did was they had like she's in the Money in the Bank match, I think, or she's in the Eliminator, whatever. But the titles for the women, the tag belts, the mid-card belts, they're just placeholder fucking belts. Okay? That earn you contendership at Money in the Bank or Elimination Chamber, or you win the tag belt so you get a shot at the US belt, or you win the IC belt so you get a shot at the tag belt, or you get a chance in the elimination, or you're in Money in the Bank, or you win this belt. That's all they are. And that really fucking sucks. And I'm being very critical of the women's booking in WWE as of late. because there's really good stuff going on when it comes to like Io and Rhea and what Naomi's doing. Even Nia, she was cooking, right? Nia, bloodline, getting the blood, getting the color, right? On her face, being hit with that chair by Tiffy. They cooked. Nia's she's been awesome. This last run she's been on has been amazing since she like came back to WWE, you know, and Tiffy defends in like a hard, gritty fight. You know, that was awesome. Julia also this is what I mean too. Julia, you're just done with Roxanne. So Roxanne's just done with Cora. Cora gets fired. Roxanne and Julia go to Raw. Julia and Roxanne start this whole beef with like Rhea and some of the top ladies there. And then Julia just goes to SmackDown and has nothing to do with Roxanne and is just in their division. Now, Julia's going to stand out way more on SmackDown. I like her being on SmackDown way better. I got to be honest. She's going to stand out and be like the creme de la creme on that show. But it's just kind of wonky last minute. Julia will be fine, but it's just this last minute sort of here, the women get put in this position because here you win this belt. Last minute, you're in the tag match, and last minute, Becky's replacing Bayley. What the fuck's going on? What's going on, Triple H? I'm watching you, bruv. I told you last show, don't start getting lazy and shit. Because, and I'm watching you too, Heartbreak Kid. Don't start getting lazy and shit. Because Tony Khan's slipping, right? And it's easy to fucking take their wrestlers and make them into bigger stars. Don't start getting lazy now, okay, Hunter Hearst? Okay, Jean-Paul Levesque? Let's not start doing that, okay, bruv? Or Hickenbottom over there, sirs, good sirs, who I appreciate and love, and I do respect tremendously. But listen, let's not start slipping now, okay? I'm watching you. I'm watching you fucking closely. Penta hated this question from Sam Roberts. Who wouldn't? Look at Sam Roberts, dude. The fucking no, whatever. I'm not gonna take shots. He was on the radio for a long time, but dude went somehow was an intern who outlasted Greg Opie Hughes somehow on fucking Sirius. The gold standard of mediocrity, if you will. No, shout out Sam Roberts, but he asked a stupid question to Penta with Megan Moran.
It gets crazy. How crazy?
Matter.
Okay.
So did they censor him?
No
Yeah.
matter.
Okay, they censored him because he started going off. That's what Tony was doing when the feed went out on Collision. It's okay. Everything's good. Let me breathe. I'm really angry, but I'm scared. Kind of. Time Cop. Oh, I know. I'll go talk about Time Cop for the last 30 minutes. Rey Mysterio reveals that he tore his ACL 12 to 13 times in his pro wrestling career. Jesus Christ. Shout out GQ Sports.
13, 14, especially for ACL tears. I had torn mine numerous times at that point, 12, 13 times, perhaps. And it was only my left knee. My right knee was good. It'd been going through war, my left knee, and my right knee was doing all the work. So I knew eventually my right knee was going to give out on me at some point. When you start feeling and seeing the results, like there's no way you're going to turn back. You're moving straight forward. And that's how I've been 13, 14, especially for ACL tears. I had torn mine.
There you go. Moving along here. So Saturday night's main event, Tatanka will make a special appearance. And I think his sons are going to be there too. Yeah, well, they are. They're in the graphics. So clearly NIL prospects. And yeah, shout out to Tatanka, man. Let's fucking do it. I wonder if they're going to get Ludwig Borga's sons to come in and squash him now. You guys watch that Dark Side? What a nutcase that guy was. The Motor City, or is, I don't know. Actually, I'm not even going to speak about it. That guy's fucking crazy. I mean, I love Ludwig. I love the character. It was great. No, the Motor City Machine Guns on Triple H being a major factor in them signing with WWE. We wanted to be players on this team. We wanted to be a part of the WWE machine, and specifically with Triple H.
We have no idea whose idea was to bring us in. I can say, though, that we talked directly to Paul, Triple H, and he treated us with the utmost respect. And a huge factor in our decision was we wanted to be players on his team. wanted to be a part of the WWE machine, specifically with him leading the charge. And that to me was something that was always at the front of our minds. We have no idea whose idea was to bring us in.
Yeah. So there you go. Here is Alex Pereira. He posted he was at the WWE headquarters in Stamford, Connecticut. So he is, I don't know, one of the greatest light heavyweights of all time. And he's a tremendous kickboxer. And we will see if maybe he does another appearance. He was in the crowd before, but he's a big WWE fan. He was a guy who was like changing tires in Brazil in the slums and then was like, oh, I got a kickbox, you know? And people accuse him of doing like witchcraft and that sort of shit as well. And he has just like ungodly power in his hands. If you're not familiar with him, he's great shit, pal. So Triple H tried to get Stephanie thrown out of the arena on Stephanie's places. Let's watch this clip where she's, I guess, up in the rafters and Triple H is like, who's this fan yelling at me? So let's take a watch.
Hey, does somebody want to tell Paul down there to look up?
Paul!
Whippoorwill, look up here, look up here.
Triple H! Up here!
Up here!
Do you not hear fans yelling at us over here? Maybe that's a security thing.
He's not, and the person who's with him
He's just pissed.
is trying to show him.
He wants security to come up here and throw us out.
I don't know who's fans yelling at me.
Hey, yeah, who's with the camera? Hey, guys.
Who's up there? Hey, there's some fans up there. He's trying to see me.
Oh, it's Steph.
Yeah, it's Steph. Hey, guys, Steph.
Hi. Did he wave?
We can't
No.
see you in the shadow.
We're in the shadows, he says. I'll fly down there and take you out.
Jesus. Is this from her show? Do y'all watch it? I should check it out. So we have new NXT recruits. Shady Einahas. So he's a Canadian born in Egypt, 27, judo's his background. Francois Prinsloo, hopefully I said that right. Discus, South Africa, born in Kenya. Okay, so Prinsloo, it's probably said differently. 23. And then Aaron Farah, judo, Austria, 27. So here they are, man. And hopefully they make an impact. Or they'll end up in fucking Impact. So Alex Shelley says he turned down an offer to sign with WWE in 2019. So all the sickos were like, Motor City's coming in, man. Well, nah, it seems like Alex Shelley was planning on going to WWE this whole fucking time. And he goes, I had tabled a WWE contract offer because of the pandemic. I was too scared to sign a wrestling contract because the entertainment industry was so up and down. I didn't know what was going on. Nobody in the world did. Yeah, because it would have been better than him signing than getting laid off. And then risking them not retaking him. Whereas there's an offer. Oh, the pandemic. We understand. Just talk to us when you're ready. You know, he was smart for that, truly, you know. Good for him. And I'm glad he's there. I'm glad the machine guns are in WWE. Here's Seth Rollins in the Netflix TV series Bet. So let's take a look here.
Who are you? I'm Seth freaking Rollins. Burn it down, bitch.
Oh, so he plays himself in the show. And then they're playing his music too. That's gimmick infringement, pal. So then he does the stomp. What is this show? Why did Seth Rollins beat him up? Good look for Seth, but like, why? So Cardona says he's reached out to WWE many times, but hasn't received an offer to return. We saw that. CM Punk was removed from the WWE Night of Champions promotional video in Saudi Arabia. So everyone's like, oh, he'll go to Saudi, but I don't think he's down to go. I just don't think he'll ever go. He doesn't need to. He doesn't need that payday. Jazz guest coaching at the WWE Performance Center. Good. We need Jazz getting her fingerprints all over the ladies in NXT if she can. Okay. So starting this Monday episode of Raw, WWE is going to start selling Karrion Kross merch at the arena. So everybody go fucking get those sold out if you're there. I don't know where they are this Monday, but if you're going to the show and listening to this, go and buy Karrion Kross's shit, man. The people have spoken. He gets huge reactions for main event dark matches, whatever you want to call them. He gets tons of love online. He sells tons of merch online, and he what else does he do? He fucking is selling merch at arenas now, so hopefully he can do a ton of that, and he's in movies and shit. So
they heard you loud and clear. So here's the story. This is what's going on. Maybe a week or so ago, I met some fans before Monday Night Raw, met some fans after, sort of like a reoccurring theme. Same question I kept getting: where can we get your shirt? Where can we get the Cross shirt? So I'd sent them to WWE Shop. They were just kind of like, yeah, okay, we'll do that, but we're here when I get the shirt down. Just thinking about it, I was like, okay, yeah, I get it. I go to a lot of concerts. You go see your favorite band, Perfect Circle, Pantera, Alice in Chains, whatever it is. They kill the set. You want to get the shirt. There's a sentimental value attached, memories. I get it. Also, being a kid growing up in the audience in WWE, you see your favorite guy or your favorite bad guy, you want to get the shirt. I was like, okay, completely get it. So I thought about it. I brought it to somebody's attention internally in the company and said, hey, how do we make this happen? Like, what does that look like? They're like, we'll get back to you. And they got back to me relatively quickly, actually. So bringing it to your attention moving forward, from my understanding, starting this Monday night at Raw, my shirts will be available in the arena. So that feels awesome. I want to say thank you to everybody. You guys actually made that happen completely. I don't think I would have had a case. They're doing all right online. So they see you and they hear you.
They see us and hear us, PWT Universe, confirmed. So shout out Crossman. I hope he makes tons of money with his new shirts. WWE is planning to run multiple live events in Mexico, obviously, but live events, though, so they'll get a tour, TKO COO Mark Shapiro praises Triple H's creative direction. He says there are two X factors, when you look at WWE. Netflix, this is the greatest marketing platform you could ever ask for. Their pre-roll. Remember what I said earlier? Hey, your TV show is like a commercial, That's what it is. Look at how he just said, yo, Netflix is like the greatest marketing platform ever. He means that like literally their marketing and stuff, the way they market shit, but also he said the marketing platform, because when you're on there, the marketability, you guys get it? Like the fucking people aren't looking at it this way, and then they talk all this shit about this stuff, and it just pisses me off. But anyways, their pre-roll is one of the strongest tools. If you're clicking on that icon, you're getting a trailer. The other X factor is the creative power we have behind the brand. Paul Levesque lives and breathes. His whole life has been spent in WWE. He's amazing on the creative storylines. Just when you think you know where he's going, he turns left, like the heel John Cena became, and then the champion. So big praise. Kathy Kelly says, first movie role coming soon. So she blacked out the name of what her character is. So Lizzie McGuire? Lizard Crier? I don't know. Something like that. Shout out Kathy Kelly doing movie roles. Speaking of movie roles, Liv Morgan finished filming for Bad Lieutenant Tokyo earlier this week. Sources say she absolutely crushed her role, and she was a complete natural on set. She blew everyone away with how well she did, including industry veterans. She's expected back on WWE TV very soon. So here's the thing. People are like, I think she has a huge role in this fucking movie. I think she's like a kidnap victim or something. So her scenes will be few and far between. Like, she won't be in it as much as like whoever's coming to rescue her or whatever the fuck. But all of her scenes require like, hey, this is intense. You're tied up. You're screaming. You're crying. You're snot dribbling from your, So that's the reason people were hyping this up so much. And I hope she crushes it. I'll watch it. Again, if you guys haven't seen the other Bad Lieutenants movies, go watch them, and just get a vibe for what to expect when it comes to this movie, because it could be pretty fucking crazy. Not gonna lie. So the development of WWE 2K26 has officially been confirmed already. They just released their first DLC, and they're like, well, 2026 is coming, which is fine, but they should just do it like every 2 or 3 years and just give you like big updates. And like, even if they sell the updates, hey, our 2K26 update, that'll be, you know, $29.99, but you get the 2K26 update to your base game and whatever. Like, you know, I'm sure they could just do it that way, but I don't know. They're going to grub. Every fucking company does it. EA does it horribly. It's all about microtransactions and all that shit everybody knows. So announced Julia Gulia is now a member of the SmackDown roster. She got that fit from Stephanie, it looks like, right? The chainmail shirt with the black bra underneath or whatever. That's like very Stephanie Vaquerish of her. I don't know. Julia probably, someone's going to be like, no, in Stardom, she did it first, Brian. But yeah, Julia is now officially a member of the SmackDown roster. I like this for her. She's going to stand out way more on the SmackDown roster than she would have on Raw and the people who are on Raw. And I say Julia clears Vega for that title eventually. We work to that sooner or later. That's my bold prediction there. So, dude, the combo tickets for Clash in Paris, August 31, okay, go on sale. And they're doing all these shows, right? Dublin, Ireland, Liverpool is a great record in UK, Newcastle, UK, Birmingham, Manchester, Leeds, Cardiff, Lyon, Paris, and Paris. 2 shows in Paris, the actual Clash itself and the following Raw. So those will be fun shows, but people are just complaining about these tickets, and not in the IWC, you're just a minority, you need to shut the fuck up. Like, no, it seems like a vast majority of people are like, dude, these tickets are astronomically priced. I don't know, man. We'll see. They'll probably all sell out though anyways. So, and if they don't, then we keep our eye on it, okay? Because at some point they will have to cool off, I feel, and won't even be a criticism. There's ebbs and flows, man, to business. Like, if they have to open up and start doing like smaller town house shows again and take their horse to the old town roads, you guys know what I'm saying? I don't know why that one came to my mind, but if they have to do that again as well and like make tickets cheaper, then they'll do that. That's just adjusting, right? Like, everybody fucking does that. It's supply and demand. So they'll figure it out. I have no doubt that they'll probably sell out all these fucking shows, but a lot of people were like, God damn, you know, like every time. So it is what it is, man. Per Fightful, WWE reportedly has no plans to turn Cody Rhodes heel in the near future, as most people within the company are against the idea. And then I quote tweeted it. I'm just being a dick, but I was like, okay, so that means Cody Rhodes going heel at Money in the Bank. Okay, so he's returning next week and turning heel. Who knows, though? Earlier today, Damian Priest was inducted into the Bronx Walk of Fame, dude. Look at that shit. The Bronx Walk of Fame. Good for him, man. And yeah, dude, him and Priest, Priest rather, and McIntyre on SmackDown was cooking too. Like when McIntyre's like, yeah, you smashed my head on the concrete or whatever. It was just, they were going hard. WWE SmackDown. So listen to this. And where's Dave Meltzer? Like cooming all over the place and being like, the key demo is through the reds, 9,000. You know, but WWE SmackDown was the top show in the demo. Okay, on TV, period, on Friday, pulling in over 423,000 viewers and beating all broadcast networks in prime time. For comparison, ABC drew 250, etc. This comes despite strong competition from NBA and NHL playoff coverage. Right? So people watching wrestling, but Dave doesn't have a paragraph like this going, and even despite with the Netflix numbers and around the globe, the numbers are through the roof. 13 million, 30%, Brian. Right? We don't get any of that. Obafemi on if he watches the main roster. He says, as a student of the game, as a scholar of the sport, I have to watch. I definitely don't watch from the perspective of a fan anymore because let's be real, a lot of these guys, I'm going to be shoulder to shoulder with them in a couple of years, maybe a couple of months. I'm not a fan of anyone on the main roster. I'm Obafemi, your competition now. So I watch from a different perspective, not that of a fan, but of a warrior seeking to prepare. So John Cena, I don't know when this is from. This might be a long time ago or recently, but he just showed up at a fan's house, a sick fan's house. I don't know when this is from, but we're playing it. We'll end on a happy note here for WWE News.
Brandon, man, nice to meet you.
Brittany, somebody's here to meet you.
There's my graduate.
Who was that, Brittany?
Okay, if I don't see.
Yeah.
So, where'd you graduate?
Great.
Was it fun?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Man, my wall and me pain.
She saw you on Monday Night Raw.
That's right. That was last night. I had a very difficult match last night. But I did awesome because I knew I was going to see you this quarter. So I knew I had something special to look forward to.
Okay.
Good morning. Going okay so far?
Yeah.
I see you got your own fan club here. This is awesome. Every day you get to wake up to everybody cheering you on, huh?
Imagine how nervous that kid is. And that's why Cena will be the forever GOAT, you know? And he's right about you fucking fans who don't appreciate him. And that was WWE News, ladies and gentlemen. Well, just a throwback. I'm seeing in chat that had to be from 2014. Just a throwback then. Did AEW get shit canned? Possibly. I covered it earlier. They just, all of a sudden, Black Adam came on. The Rock was like, I'm the final boss of Collision. Yeah. Okay, what time is it? Jeepers creepers, man. Guys, we're gonna just do a quick one, a couple real quick ones. Polish your flutes, put them in the chat. Okay, because it is time for everybody's favorite segment, and it is called Dave Meltzer's Dumb Moment of the Week. So Dave Meltzer had this to say: AEW did 682K, a 0.17. No chart yet, but audience held better than usual. It's fucking sad that in 2025, 682K is better than usual for AEW. That saddens me. A big increase from the usual in 35 to 49, 18 to 34, peaked at the end of the show. Yeah, good for him. Good for them. And was there an overrun? Does he mean that? Because then does that count? And then Powerful King says, notice how Dave doesn't include max viewership because he uses that invisible number, as Meltzer said, called out like he would do. Dave uses that invisible number when it helps him. I've called this out to many people, but he won't use it when there's no need for it because it's something that's out of sight, out of mind. He knows he's bullshitting when it comes to the max shit, you know? Dave Meltzer weighs in on Will Ospreay's claim that AEW smokes WWE in every way. Are you guys ready for this?
All right, Will Ospreay.
So what did he say?
Ospreay said, we smoke them in every field of wrestling. Like, we're just better. I respect them. I respect every single one of them. They're all vets. They know what they're doing. They're great at their job. They understand getting people on their feet. We are so much more of the better wrestling company than them. Like, our guys smoke them every single day of the week. They got good guys like Gunther, got great guys like Orton. They got good guys like Chad Gable. I respect all of them. But on our worst day, we smoke all of you guys.
On the worst day, no. But, I mean, I think AEW is better wrestling than WWE. I think most people that watch both would say that.
Dave says he thinks most people who watch both WWE and AEW would say that AEW has the better wrestling. What the fuck?
But, I mean, there are things WWE does better than AEW. It just reminded me of when Vince McMahon and Bryan Danielson talked. This was when Bryan Danielson was still in WWE. And Vince McMahon went to...
So now he's going to tell a story that I can only assume Bryan Danielson told him, right? Like, how else is he just telling the story? Well, it's like when Bryan told Vince. Bryan, it's like when Bryan, and Bryan, two Bryans. 30%, we're up 30% Bryans here today. And it's like, so I'm assuming Danielson, this is what he's alleging. Danielson told him this story. And he just tells it like he was in the room. Oh, it's like that thing, Danielson said. Danielson hasn't like drawn the same since he left WWE. And so I'm assuming he told Vince, well, the wrestling's better. This is why they're so hot. Okay, but that turned out not to be fucking true overall in the long run, did it? And they never actually beat Raw or SmackDown in the ratings, so he was just wrong right there. They were whooping NXT, the developmental, what it's always been. So it's really weird. What this shit is, well, I'll let this go.
You are coping and seething. You just can't accept what you're seeing. Yes, you're coping and seething. The truth it is scalding, and now you are molding and coping so hard. Coping and seething.
Right? So let's continue along here.
When Vince McMahon and Bryan Danielson talked, this was when Bryan Danielson was still in WWE, and Vince McMahon went to Bryan Danielson and basically said, "Why are they drawing so well? Why are they doing so well?" Bryan was like, "The wrestling's better." You know what I mean? Both companies have things that they do better.
And then Vince went, "Oh yeah, watch this," and then he put the title on Roman Reigns for like 4.5 fucking years or whatever it was. And then prove that, and then everyone's like, Roman can't wrestle, and then they prove that storytelling and the way they work in WWE's a billion times better. It's all that happened, and look at the effects of it. So it's pretty funny how Meltzer thinks this is like some sort of W, like the way he's talking all proud. Well, it's like that thing. I mean, this thing that I made up, Danielson said to Vince.
Better than the other company. There's a lot that WWE does better than AEW. I mean, as far as like high-end wrestling, though, AEW.
High-end wrestling. High-end wrestling. The company that's selling like 1,000 tickets. Well, yeah, I mean, only a select, it's a unique taste. Okay, so is like, I don't know, like, there's like people who hurt themselves and put it on the, like, and people enjoy that. There's people who watch fucking all type of shit, Deathmatch has an audience too. There's a reason it hasn't broken through to the masses. Now, I'm not saying you can't do AEW style of wrestling and shit, but WWE does do their style of wrestling. They just do it in like small doses. And that's how you do a TV show. Because the problem is, like, okay, if AEW is just an indie, great, but you're a weekly TV show, so now you got to go play TV, and that's just different than booking wrestling or just high-end wrestling. You mean like WWE is selling the most expensive tickets ever in their history to the most people, breaking records and gates and all this shit, and you guys are always crying about it. So isn't that more high-end and for more people? Because AEW selling like last minute, I got my tickets for $20. Like, that's what goes around too. Everybody knows if you go to an AEW show, you just walk up and get tickets. They'll be way cheaper. You get a way better seat. And yeah, it's pretty crazy that Dave's like the high-end wrestling's in AEW.
AEW's way above them in high-end wrestling.
High-end wrestling is Moxley with the spike bat thing. And everything like that. I mean, it's just pretty insane. I gotta be honest. We were covering this before, RVD and Taz. And this will be this will be our last bit here. So RVD and Taz talk about how Sabu would botch flips on purpose so that Meltzer would write about it like it was a mistake. Let's go, the legend.
And yeah, like Taz said, his flips were more, I think you called him ugly. Isn't that what you said? No.
Yeah. No.
He did. No, that was, he wanted.
Yeah, it was a work. Yeah, it was a gimmick.
Just,
he would botch shit on purpose. He would botch shit all the time on purpose. Yeah.
Yeah, we've talked about that. And then Meltzer would write about it, and then people would think,
They did all so
that
funny.
was got flaws. Yeah, it's crazy.
Man, that's hilarious. What a fucking legend. Even trolling during his matches, but it added to his gimmick of the recklessness and like, man, this guy might fuck himself up, let alone you. R.I.P. Sabu. We'll leave it on a happy note because we talked about all the good, the bad, the ugly with Sabu. And Dave, you were getting worked by Sabu while he was wrestling matches, but you thought you were studying the business. And because of that, where's Brian too? He wasn't trying tonight, but that, ladies and gentlemen, was Dave Meltzer's dumb moment of the week. I want to thank you motherfuckers for coming out and hanging out with me tonight. So many of you, well over 400 all night. Round of applause for the PWT universe. It's fucking Saturday. It's nice. It's beautiful in most places. You could be doing anything, but you're here hanging out with me, and I appreciate you for that. Thank you all for being here. And I will see you Monday. I'm live. If you guys are listening on X, come over to YouTube. I'm live. I do member streams and shit like that on some of the days I have off, but I'm live Monday, Wednesday, and Saturday. This Saturday, I don't think it's Saturday night main event, but we're a week off from that. So, yeah, you all have a good night. It's late on the West Coast. It's like midnight. I'm going to try and maybe watch a movie or something myself, and I got to eat something. So take care of each other. Have fun this weekend. Be safe. Drink lots of water. Hug each other, enjoy all wrestling, and hit the like, share, subscribe. And until next time, I will see you all in the Upside Down. Peace.
It is a fast-acting viral strain that infects the host immediately, and upon getting sick, the infected will become racked with coughs, sweat profusely, and start to get the shivers and chills.
There he is, the legend. The man, the myth, the legend. Yeah.
You can't literally run a promotion just for the AEW, what do they call them, sickos?
Thank you very much, TikTok and AEW. See you tonight.
Tony Khan started telling people there's no such thing as long-term booking anymore. It's week to week.
The best guys, Tony Khan.
We just secured the bag.
It's not like I tried to be a character. It was just sort of happened naturally. But it was never something I intended. It was just something that happened because the wrestlers asked me to do things in matches, and I do them.
If you run a promotion just for the sickos, you're going to do 400,000 viewers eventually.
Effing Meltzer.
Know that SmackDown actually went over and everything?
Yeah.
You know,
What's the point?
the point of SmackDown.
What are you getting at here?
That the DVRs didn't pick it up.
Did they not pick it up?
Mine didn't.
Let's get into everybody's favorite moment, and it is called Dave Meltzer's Dumb Moment of the Week.
What would you like to listen to in your ears?
I'd like to hear the flute.
Well, if you'd like to flaunt your flute, then we can find you a flautist.
We just secured the bag. It doesn't help me.
Okay, so complain, but
I will complain.
Let me have my misery.
And when I heard that, I was like, what?
Thank you, fuck you, bye. Boom.
You got to run a promotion for everybody. The sickos can be the ones that buy tickets first and spend the most money on the merchandise.
Because we have just secured the bag.
But, like, you got to promote for everybody. Then you'll have a lot of viewers.
I think we proved a lot of so-called experts. We made them look like idiots. We're not going anywhere. Tony Khan's not going anywhere.
You'll also be there on TNT. You'll be in 2 places at once. You'll be like my favorite movie. Time Con. So great, Pittsburgh.
It's not like I tried to be a character. It sort of happened naturally.
the best guys, Tony Khan.
To keep themselves safe.
Call Stephen P. News.
you need to sue. An outlaw mud show or two. Go to the rest.
Boring. Well,